Chapter 39-48. Owner of Qinghe City Square, you should have heard it clearly. The two of them did not steal anything from Qinghe City Square. Why did you detain them here and punish them? Ning Qi waved his hand lightly and Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong's injuries healed instantly. The two of them quickly stood up and stood behind Ning Qi, glaring at the owner and his nephew furiously. The other cultivators in the yard didn't dare to make a sound. Even the arrogant nephew of the Qinghe workshop looked away, not daring to meet Ning Qi's eyes. After a few breaths, the owner smiled and said, "You must be the new great emperor of Moon Elephant Sect, Senior Wu, right?" "Yes, I am," Ning Qi said lightly. If the two of them had revealed Senior Wu's identity earlier, I might have let it go. However, since it has come to this, I have no choice but to continue. I have given my nephew a treasure to help him break through the bottleneck, but it was stolen by the two of them. Senior Wu, you won't take advantage of your identity as a great emperor to bully us juniors with low cultivation, right? The owner smiled and said, "Bullsh *t. When did we steal anything from him?" Chen Zhong was furious. He had heard that there was a cheap item for sale here, so he specially rushed over. He did not expect that he and Ming Xiong would be framed as soon as they arrived at Qinghe City Square. Now, the owner of Qinghe City Square still dared to frame them in front of Ning Qi. He was insane. "Senior Wu, I can give up on the item. For the sake of Moon Elephant Sect, I only hope that you will discipline your subordinates in the future and not bully the kind." The owner of Qinghe City Square looked at Chen Zhong and sighed softly. "The person is you, and the ghost is also you. If I were to bring them away like this today, then I'm afraid that in the future, there will be rumors that I'm taking advantage of my position to bully others and allow my subordinates to dominate the market." Ning Qi smiled and said, "Senior Wu, how should we deal with this? Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, the heavens are watching. I don't even intend to ask for the item back. Senior Wu, are you going to kill me? Although the 13 divine sects are strong, the Supreme Saint Council will uphold justice," the Lord of Clear River Square said solemnly. After a pause he continued, "Coincidentally, I also know a senior from the Supreme Saint Council. He happens to be in Qinghe Market. Why don't we ask this senior to come forward and uphold justice?" Everyone was stunned when they heard that, including the Lord of Qinghe Town's subordinates and his nephew. None of them knew about this. When they heard it from the Lord of Qinghe Town, they were overjoyed. They finally realized why the Lord of Qinghe Town was fearless even though he knew the enemy was a great emperor. No matter how strong the 13 sacred sects were, they still had to bow down to the Supreme Saint Parliament. After all, in the Shunluo world, the path of advancement of a cultivator was completely controlled by the members of the Supreme Saint Parliament. Within the 13 sacred sects, there were also many great emperors who were members of the Supreme Saint Parliament. The Supreme Saint Parliament was undoubtedly the #1 force in the Shunluo world. As expected, you left the two of them behind to lure me out. Ning Qi's eyes flickered when he sensed a familiar aura. Before this, he actually didn't notice that there was a great emperor hiding here. This meant that the other party's aura concealment technique was very special and could hide from a rank 6 great emperor like him. A screen of swords suddenly appeared in the sky. Numerous swords that emitted powerful sword chi descended vertically, surrounding the entire courtyard within it. Seeing this, the Lord of Clear River Square immediately cupped his fists and bowed to the void. "Greetings, Sword Emperor Changsheng. Please uphold justice for me today." Sword Emperor Changsheng? The subordinates of the Lord of Clear River Square were shocked. This was a rank 4 great emperor expert. Even in the immemorial land, such experts were rare. Moreover, the other party was a great emperor from the Supreme Saint Council. Although he wasn't as terrifying as those great emperors with the title of Wujiang, he was more than enough to deal with the great emperors of the Moon Elephant Sect. They imitated the Lord of Clear River Square and bowed to the void. The expressions of Zhao Lei and the other two changed slightly. They understood something from Ning Qi's words. It was very likely that Chen Zhong and the other two were detained here on purpose by the Lord of Clear River Workshop. His purpose was to lure out Ning Qi, who was behind the two. Someone with bad intentions. The three exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. Following this, they immediately looked at the void with vigilance. They were already prepared to fight to the death. Space twisted and a figure walked out from it. It was none other than the Longevity Sword Emperor, who had pursued Ning Qi back then. However, his pupils had returned to their normal state. When Ning Qi thought about the curtain of swords around him, he suddenly understood. Sword Emperor Longevity's unique eyes, surrounded by countless swords, must be his great emperor magic. Ning Beixian, you really disguised yourself as Wu Yin and hid in the Moon Elephant sect. Today, I've set up the Lifeless Swords formation. Even a rank 5 great emperor won't be able to break it in a short period of time. Without Heavenly Moon Emperor's help, it'll be very difficult for you to leave this place today. The Sword Emperor Chang Xing stood in the void and looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. He had been hiding in the Moon Elephant sect's territory for many years just to find a chance to complete the mission his master had given him. He thought the mission would take a long time, but he never thought he would get the chance to kill Ning Qi so soon. In his eyes, Ning Qi was still the junior who had just become a great emperor. So what if he was strong in his previous life and even his master was afraid of him? Being able to reach this step was already the end of it. Ning Beixian? The three's expressions changed slightly, but they weren't too surprised. Even when they were outside, they often used aliases. Lord of Clear River City, do you think Sword Emperor Longevity is your backer? That's why you dare to test me. Even now, you're still so calm? Ning Qi ignored the Sword Emperor Chang Xing and looked at the Lord of Clear River Square with a smile. The Lord of Clear River Square said softly, "The Sword Emperor Chang Xing isn't my backer. He's just helping me uphold justice." "All right, I'll see how he's going to uphold justice for you." Ning Qi nodded. He glanced at the sword veil around him and said softly, "Break!" An incomparably tyrannical aura swept out from his body, shattering the surrounding sword veil in an instant. The shattered swords flew back into the Longevity Sword Monarch's pupils, forming a circle of sword pupils. However, the Longevity Sword Monarch's eyes were bloodshot, and water kept flowing down from his eye socket. The sword pupils that were supposed to be neat and tidy were now in disarray. "How did you?" The Longevity Sword Monarch looked at Ning Qi in shock. His lifeless formation had trapped countless martial monarchs. Even a fifth transformation martial monarch would be trapped for more than 10 breaths' time. However, Ning Qi had broken through his martial monarch divine art without even making a move? How was this possible? "You're crying. Dry your tears before talking to me." Chapter 39-49. The courtyard fell into silence. The Clear River City Lord's expression changed again. He never expected the Eternal Life Sword Monarch to ask him to lead the great Emperor out, who was so much stronger than the Eternal Life Sword Monarch. Even the Eternal Life Sword Monarch's ability was broken so easily. If he didn't handle this matter well, his Clear River City Lord would be destroyed. I shouldn't have listened to the Eternal Life Sword Monarch so easily. The regret in the Clear River City Lord's heart was at its limit. He could only hope that the matter could be resolved peacefully. That way, he might still have a chance to turn the situation around. Chen Zhong and the other two exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Their faces were relaxed. The moment Ning Qi appeared, they knew that the outcome wouldn't be as they had imagined. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch's tears were still flowing. Even though they evaporated the moment they left his eyes, the water in his eyes was still gathering. It was as if he had dug a fountain. This situation had never happened before. Even if someone could break his lifeless sword formation, he would be able to retract it in time. Withdrawing the great emperor mystic art would at most make one's eyes dry up. How could there be such a situation today? He wouldn't be able to use his ability in a short period of time. He would probably need a few decades to recover. What's your cultivation now? The Eternal Life Sword Monarch looked at Ning Qi with bloodshot eyes. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, they would think that Ning Qi had done something extremely cruel to him. I told you to dry your tears before talking to me. Why would an Eternal Life Sword Monarch cry to communicate with someone? This doesn't make sense. Ning Qi said indifferently. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch wasn't angry at Ning Qi at first, but now, even if his master didn't ask him to make a move, he still wanted to kill Ning Qi with his own hands. Go on your way. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch's forehead flashed. A talisman appeared out of nowhere and shot at Ning Qi with lightning speed. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He immediately opened the 9 inner hidden gate. At the same time, he no longer concealed his strength as a rank 6 great emperor. He adjusted his state to its peak, and then his physical body transformed, turning into a giant ape. He punched out at the talisman. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch was only a rank 4 great emperor, but the talisman's aura seemed to be stronger than a rank 8 great emperor. An all-out attack from a powerful existence. Although it might not be comparable to Shuigui, it was very likely that it was equivalent to the full power of someone who had just entered the 9th transformation of the Great Emperor realm. Ning Qi had to use his peak state to deal with it. If there had been a slight mistake, his body and spirit might have been destroyed. Rank 6 Great Emperor? The Sword Emperor Longevity's face was filled with shock. He finally understood why his master insisted on killing Duan Ling Tian. It had only been a short time since they last met, but his cultivation had increased so quickly. This was simply unheard of, even if he was a great emperor. Reincarnating and recovering the memories of his previous life shouldn't have reached such a terrifying level, right? If he was given another 3 to 5 years, wouldn't he become a 9th Revolution Great Emperor? The Longevity Sword Monarch could not stop himself from laughing out loud. This is my master's life-reaping curse. It's comparable to a full-powered attack with half of his cultivation base. You won't be able to escape today. It's done. The owner of the Clear River Workshop was overjoyed. What kind of person was the Longevity Sword Emperor's master? An all-out attack with 50% of his cultivation would not be able to kill his opponent. A great emperor of the Moon Elephant sect? As long as Duan Ling Tian died, with the Longevity Sword Monarch as his backing, he was not afraid of the Moon Elephant sect taking revenge. He knew that the Longevity Sword Monarch was a member of the Sacred Parliament. There must be a reason why he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother is in danger. The expressions of Zhao Lei and the other two turned extremely ugly. Even with Ning Qi bearing most of the pressure for them, the aura of the life-reaping curse still sent chills down their spines. They felt that if this life-reaping curse was thrown on an ordinary city, the entire city would probably be turned into ashes. Time seemed to have stopped. Ning Qi's full attention was focused on the life-reaping curse. Then, his fist and the life-reaping curse collided in the void. An invisible shockwave swept out in all directions with a loud boom. At this moment, the people who were swept by the shockwave felt their heads spin. The people who were swept by the aftermath of the wave all felt dizzy. It was as if at this moment, their souls did not belong to them. They were about to fly out of their bodies. The people in the courtyard felt the same way. By the time they came back to their senses, 10 minutes had passed. Ning Qi had already returned to his human form. He looked a little wretched. The Longevity Sword Monarch stood in front of him in a daze. The injured Ning Qi couldn't make a sound for a long time. At the same time, on the other side of the primordial land, a black-robed youth slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The life-reaping curse has been activated? Looks like the Longevity Sword Monarch has found Ning Beixian, but he still needs to use my life-reaping curse with his cultivation. Looks like Ning Beixian's cultivation has improved during this period of time. After a pause, the black-robed youth's lips curled up slightly. But it's a pity. I can kill you countless times, but this time isn't an exception. I don't know when we'll meet again. I'd like to see how many times you've reincarnated. How many more times can your soul endure the pain of reincarnation? Clear River City Market. In the courtyard, the Longevity Sword Monarch's eyes were still flowing with tears. The Clear River City Lord looked at Ning Qi in a daze. His legs were already trembling uncontrollably. That move just now was your strongest move, right? Although I don't remember who your Shifu is, I've seen him over and over again. From the fact that San Xing sent you to kill me, it can be seen that I definitely had a deep grudge against him in my previous life. Ning Qi smiled. The Longevity Sword Emperor didn't say anything. He was looking for an opportunity to escape from this place. The other party could even withstand the life-reaping curse. The Longevity Sword Emperor had lost his will to fight. And this Clear River City Lord, Sword Emperor Longevity, when you used him to lure me out, didn't you tell him that I'm not a threat? A boundless realm cultivator from the Holy Assembly? Ning Qi said faintly. After saying that, he even smiled at the Clear River City Lord. It was this smile that made the Clear River City Lord's knees buckle. Soft, staggered back a few steps. Boundless cultivator? Senior. He's also a boundless border cultivator? The Clear River City Lord looked at Sword Emperor Longevity in a daze. It's over. It was all over this time. He never would have imagined that the person the Longevity Sword Emperor wanted him to deal with was also a boundless border cultivator, and was equivalent to an ordinary person like him. No matter which side won, he would be expelled from the Holy Saint Council. Denounce him. The Sword Emperor Longevity ignored Clear River City Lord. In his eyes, Clear River City Lord was merely a part of his plan. However, their plan had failed, and the only thing they could do now was to preserve their lives. Thinking to this point, the Sword Monarch Longevity slowly opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something to buy himself some time, he realized that he did not know what to do. He seemed to be enveloped by some kind of special power, and his body was constantly undergoing a strange change. He seemed to be getting younger. You're still looking for the most powerful dragon-slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3950. How could this be? The Sword Monarch Longevity felt his hair stand on end. Ever since he became a martial monarch, he had never felt such extreme danger. A martial monarch's life form was different from an ordinary person's. It could be said that many techniques did not pose much of a threat to a martial monarch's body. However, even so, if his body underwent any changes, it would still greatly affect him. I've broken your lifeless sword formation. Now, it's your turn to break my martial monarch ability. Ning Qi smiled. As expected, it was his martial monarch ability. The Sword Monarch Longevity's eyes flickered with astonishment. He wanted to resist and escape, but he felt like he had turned into an ordinary person, stuck in a muddy swamp. His every move was greatly restricted. It felt like time had been changed, slowed down, or even stopped. The Clear River City Lord stared at the Sword Monarch Longevity's transformation in astonishment. The Sword Monarch Longevity was becoming younger, to the point of being ridiculously young. His height and physique were also gradually shrinking. In just a short while, the Sword Monarch Longevity had turned into a teenager. His aura had also dropped to a level that was even weaker than the Clear River City Lord. What kind of martial monarch longevity is this? The Sword Monarch Longevity's voice had become slightly childish, but the fear in it was even stronger than before. A martial monarch longevity that can make you disappear from this world silently. Theoretically speaking, you shouldn't even have the right to reincarnate. Ningqi smiled calmly. Impossible. No matter how powerful a martial monarch ability is, it can't interfere with the reincarnation of 10,000 worlds. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Supreme Sacred Assembly will definitely not let the matter rest. You have no reason to kill me. The counselors will surely punish you. The sword monarch longevity roared fiercely. He never thought he would one day use such a method to threaten his enemy to spare his life. However, at this moment, he knew that begging for mercy was useless. Only by threatening would he have a chance of survival. You are a boundless Jiang cultivator, so am I. You want to kill me, so I'll kill you. It's that simple. If the Supreme Sacred Assembly wants to punish me, it doesn't matter. Ningqi smiled. He wasn't even afraid of the Supreme Saint Council? The sword monarch longevity was filled with disbelief. His figure soon turned into the size of a 5-year-old child. At the same time, he could clearly sense his cultivation decreasing rapidly. Currently, his aura was only comparable to a second-step cultivator. Even the 3 servant disciples beside Ningqi could easily pinch him to death, let alone a martial monarch. The Sword Emperor Eternal Life wasn't sure if this was an illusion or an irreversible technique, but he knew that he didn't want to die. Don't you want to know why I'm chasing after you? Sword Emperor Longevity tossed out his final trump card. Once he used this trump card, if the other party still didn't let him go, then he would have no other way. However, if the other party was a little curious about this, then he would still be able to gain some buffer time. A few breaths later, the Sword Emperor Longevity noticed that the changes to his body had indeed stopped. He heaved a long sigh of relief and looked at Ningqi. I'll give you a chance. Ningqi smiled. Grasp it well and tell me some valuable information. An aura barrier appeared beside Ningqi and the Sword Emperor Longevity. At this moment, not only could the others not see their appearances clearly, but they also couldn't hear any sound. The Clear River City Lord's expression changed. He wanted to use this opportunity to escape, but he was suddenly suppressed by an aura. It was as if he would be torn to pieces if he moved. The Clear River City Lord's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to have any thoughts of escaping. It's my master. He knows you from your previous life. No, it should be you from many lifetimes ago. You had several reincarnations, but my master killed them all before you grew up. There was a flash of hesitation in the Sword Emperor Longevity's eyes, but for the sake of his life, he still betrayed his master. Some of your previous lives were just born, some were only at the first step, and some were only at the second step. My master calculated your location and ordered me to kill you. However, my master found out that when you reincarnated through some unknown method, there would be a special change in you every time you reincarnated. It became more and more difficult for my master to find out where you reincarnated. It was only when you reached the reincarnation realm that my master calculated your location. At that time, I wasn't entirely, so I sent a message to Jiang Yueshao to kill you. However, I didn't expect him to cause such a huge commotion, and the archaic Star Pavilion found out about it. The news spread all the way to the Holy Assembly, and someone came forward to question him. However, my master also suppressed the matter. Otherwise, someone would find some clues that would be disadvantageous to my master. The Sword Emperor Longevity sighed in his heart and looked at Ningqi with a complicated expression. I didn't expect my master to only notice you when you reach the Martial Emperor realm in this life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. What's your master's name? Which sect is he from? Show me his appearance. I'll think about who I offended in the past for someone to chase after me. Ningqi smiled faintly. My master isn't a human, but a dragon. The Sword Emperor Longevity said softly. Dragon? The smile on Ningqi's face widened. Two faces appeared in his mind, But the possibility of the Sword Emperor Longevity's master being representative White Dragon was too low. The curse he used just now contained 50% of his master's full strength. Judging from this, his master's cultivation should be around the 9th cycle of the Martial Emperor realm, not even comparable to Shui Gui. I don't want to repeat the question again. Tell me everything at once, Ningqi said calmly. My master is the young master of the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 sacred clans. At the same time, he's also the boundless martial emperor of the Holy Saint Council. His name is Azure Dragon, because he's already decided to be the next patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan. This is my master's appearance. The Sword Emperor Longevity forcefully used the extremely thin energy in his body to form a figure. It was a young man in black with a cold expression. His appearance was very ordinary. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would instantly disappear. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, but if one were to take a closer look, one would notice that his gaze was filled with arrogance and disdain no matter what he looked at. The figure was the black-clothed man that Ningqi had seen in his past life's memories after consuming the life-changing flower. It was the black-clothed man who had discussed the Tao with him. Back then, he had claimed to be his subordinate to Representative White Dragon and had tried to persuade Ningqi to give up on the Tao. So, he's your master. I didn't expect him to be so afraid of me. The smile in Ningqi's eyes grew wider. The black-clothed man was already a 9th cycle of the Martial Emperor realm back then. Ningqi did not expect him to still be a 9th cycle of the Martial Emperor realm after so many years. A formidable opponent? I'm afraid he's not worthy. Chapter 39:51. You do remember my master. The fear in the Sword Longevity monarch's eyes intensified. Even though he knew that Ningqi was as powerful as his master in his previous lives, Ningqi was still just a junior in his eyes. As long as he followed his master's instructions and killed Ningqi, everything would be settled. But now, when he discovered that Ningqi's memories actually remembered his master, the Sword Longevity monarch, the fear in his heart surged like a flood. He could not stop it no matter what he did. It was as if he was not facing a junior that he thought was infallible, but an old monster that was of the same generation as his master and that his master was constantly on guard against. The Sword Longevity monarch's current state made the Clear River City Lord's hands and legs tremble uncontrollably. His subordinates and nephews were already regretting what had happened today. However, they did not know that it was not their bad luck or a coincidence that things had turned out this way. The Clear River City Lord had purposely done this in order to climb on the Sword Longevity monarch's coattails. That's right, I remember him. Ningqi smiled. The Sword Longevity monarch's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smile. You promised. The power on his body changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Sword Longevity monarch had shrunk by a few years, returning to the appearance of a 3- or 4-year-old. However, his body no longer changed, but his aura had plummeted. He no longer had the aura of a cultivator. He looked like an ordinary 3- or 4-year-old child as he stared blankly at Ningqi. Just what kind of technique is this? The Clear River City Lord felt his hair stand on end. A mighty emperor had turned into this in the blink of an eye. It was even more terrifying than having his life taken away. It was easier for him to accept the death of an emperor, but he could not accept the fact that an emperor had returned to his natural state. His cultivation had been taken away, and even his consciousness seemed to have been lost. Zhao Lei. Ningqi smiled. Senior brother, I'm here. Zhao Lei stepped forward. Bring him along. Let's return to the sect, Ningqi said. Zhao Lei was slightly taken aback. She looked at the Sword Emperor Longevity with a strange expression. Then, she stepped forward and hugged him. The Sword Emperor Longevity was not afraid of making any noise. Instead, when Zhao Lei hugged him, the fear in his heart dissipated somewhat. His eyes were no longer dull, and they became much more spirited. The fact that he could become a martial monarch means that he has great potential. With my martial monarch mystic art, I might be able to use this method to recruit all the geniuses. Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. In this way, although he would lose some experience, he would have one more seed that could be nurtured into a great emperor. It was fine to do it occasionally. Plop. The Clear River City Lord suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times to Ning Qi. Senior, what I did was forced by the Sword Emperor Longevity. I'm only a fifth-step cultivator, and I dare not disobey the Sword Emperor Longevity's order. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf on account of the fact that I haven't made a huge mistake yet. His nephew and his subordinates were dumbfounded, but they had also guessed the whole story. The Clear River City Lord's nephew had a strange expression. He subconsciously looked at Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong, but he immediately saw their furious gazes. He quickly lowered his head, and his body was trembling. This time, he had really been tricked by his eldest uncle. Up until now, how could he not know that the sudden disappearance of the item on his body was definitely his eldest uncle's doing, and it was not stolen by Chen Zhong and the other man at all? Let's go. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. When Zhao Lei and the others saw this, they felt a little strange. However, seeing that Ning Qi had no intention of denouncing them, they did not dare to say anything and left with Sword Emperor Longevity. Seeing that Ning Qi and the others were about to walk out of the courtyard, the owner of the Clear River town let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. His forehead was covered with dense cold sweat. He was lucky to be able to keep his life this time. No, I have to report this to the Supreme Saint Assembly. Otherwise, the Sword Emperor Longevity will disappear in my Clear River City, and I'll be the scapegoat. With the Supreme Saint Assembly protecting me, he probably won't come after me. The owner of Clear River Town immediately began to rack his brains, thinking about how to deal with this matter safely. However, just as Ning Qi and the others left the courtyard, 4 long swords suddenly fell from the surroundings of the courtyard. The 4 long swords floated in the air in different directions. This is... The Clear River City Lord stood up in shock. However, before he could react, the 4 long swords had already pierced through everyone's hearts. The terrifying power even chased after the connection between them and the immortal palaces, causing the immortal palaces hidden in the void to shatter. In less than half a breath's time, the only living person in the courtyard was the Clear River City Lord. The rumbling of the immortal palaces collapsing could be heard in the void. His subordinates and nephew's miserable cries could be heard. A trace of despair appeared in the Clear River City Lord's eyes. He looked at the courtyard door with extreme resentment. Before he could finish speaking, the 4 long swords pierced through his body at the same time. He died on the spot. At the same time, in a grand immortal palace hidden in the void, the Clear River City Lord's primordial spirit opened its eyes and was about to flee with the immortal palace in fear. However, in the next moment, the 4 long swords appeared again and instantly destroyed his immortal palace. The Clear River City Lord's primordial spirit stood alone in the void and looked at the long swords floating around him. He was filled with despair. The destruction of his primordial spirit meant that he was truly dead. Although he could still reincarnate according to the rules of reincarnation, he would no longer have anything to do with his next life. Even if he cultivated to the rebirth realm in his next life, he wouldn't be able to recall any memories of this life. That was because he would be completely destroyed in this life. Can't you just give me a way out? The Clear River City Lord murmured to himself. The 4 long swords destroyed his primordial spirit at the same time before disappearing into the void. Moon Elephant Sect. You'll be in charge of this kid from now on. Ning Qi looked at the Sword Emperor Longevity and rubbed his head gently while smiling at Zhao Lei. Senior brother, he won't remember anything, right? Zhao Lei smiled bitterly. She was only a low-level cultivator, yet she had to take care of a terrifying existence who was once a great emperor. This made her feel uneasy. A hint of confusion appeared in the Sword Emperor Longevity's eyes. He clearly didn't understand what the two were talking about. I can't remember. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. From now on you'll be called Zhao Chongqing. Ning Qi smiled at the Sword Emperor Longevity. Zhao Chongqing. The Sword Emperor Longevity repeated in a child's voice. He seemed to understand, but not really. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 3952. Clear River Market. A black-robed young man stood in the void and looked down calmly. After a while, he looked over at Moon Elephant Sect. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Not long ago, his heart throbbed. If the Azure Dragon race had a pure enough bloodline, they would have a kind of heaven. This kind of divine ability couldn't be actively used, but as long as there was a trace of danger, they would be able to sense it. The black-clothed youth relied on this racial talent to avoid countless dangerous situations. This time, when he sensed that something was wrong, he was already too late. Ning Beixian, the black-robed young man murmured to himself. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards Moon Elephant Sect. Moon Elephant Sect. When the black-robed young man arrived, Vice Sect Master Yun, Vice Sect Master Shui, and the other great emperors of Moon Elephant Sect sensed something. They walked out of seclusion and looked in the same direction. Azure Dragon? The great emperors of Moon Elephant Sect were shocked when they saw the black-robed young man. One of the 4 sacred races, the Azure Dragon race. Why did the young master suddenly come to Moon Elephant Sect? Although they were all great emperors, they rarely interacted because of the difference in their races. The 4 sacred races were also very far away from Moon Elephant Sect. The Moon Elephant Sect's territory was very far away, and it was almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to see the existence of the 4 sacred clans. Taoist Azure Dragon, may I know what brings you here today? Vice Sect Master Yun soared into the sky and stood opposite Azure Dragon. You recognize me? Azure Dragon sized up Vice Sect Master Yun and smiled faintly. A white cloud that has turned into a spirit can also cultivate to the 8 revolutions Great Emperor realm. That's really rare. Although his tone sounded normal, if one listened carefully, one could hear a hint of disdain in it. Vice Sect Master Yun's expression didn't change. He smiled. Taoist Azure Dragon, as the young master of the Azure Dragon race, cultivated to the 9 revolutions Great Emperor realm. I'm afraid I'm still a drifting white cloud. I've naturally heard of such an existence. Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly and the smile on his face gradually turned cold. How could he not understand the hint of mockery in Vice Sect Master Yun's words? That hint of mockery in Vice Sect Master Yun's words. He had reached the 9th revolution of the Great Emperor, while his opponent was just an ordinary white cloud in the primordial era. But now, he was still a 9th revolution of the Great Emperor. Fong Nan was already an 8th cycle martial monarch. The difference between their cultivation was only a step. At this moment, Vice Sect leader Shui and the others seemed to have noticed the tension between the 2 sides and appeared one after another. May I know why young clan leader has come to my Moon Elephant Sect today? If he wanted to see the capital Moon Sect Master, it was likely that the young clan leader was by. I'm here. Vice Sect leader Shui smiled. Bloodless Blade and the other Moon Elephant Sect Great Emperors were too weak in terms of cultivation and experience. Hence, at this moment they did not make a sound. Looking at the legendary existence of Azure Dragon, the only person in the Moon Elephant Sect who could compare to him in terms of seniority was the land of Tyli. As for the other great emperors, their qualifications were much lower than Azure Dragon's. It's nothing much. I was just passing by and decided to pay a visit. For someone to have a conversation here, it shouldn't be your esteemed sect. Is that how you treat your guests? Azure Dragon said with a faint smile. Vice Sect Leader Shui glanced at Vice Sect Leader Yun and saw him nod slightly. He then smiled and said, "It's our fault for not being a good host. Young clan leader, please follow us to the guest hall." Many Moon Elephant Sect disciples were shocked to see Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others clustered around an unfamiliar young man. They secretly guessed the young man's origin. One thing they could be sure of was that the young man's cultivation was definitely at the Great Emperor Realm. Domain. Guest Hall. After everyone was seated, Azure Dragon looked around and said with a faint smile, "I heard that your esteemed sect has a new Great Emperor, Wu Yin. Why isn't he here?" "Brother Wu might be in seclusion," Bloodless Blade said. Azure Dragon looked at him sharply. In the next moment, Bloodless Blade, who was also at the Great Emperor Realm, felt like he had experienced a bloodbath. The massacre made his hair stand on end, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Bloodless Blade's expression was unsightly. Before he could speak, Vice Sect Leader Yun frowned. "Taoist Azure Dragon, what do you mean? Some junior Great Emperors don't know how to respect their seniors. What happened just now was just a small lesson. Only by calling all the Great Emperors of the Moon Elephant Sect over would it be befitting of my identity. Otherwise, if word got out, people would know about your Moon Elephant Sect has neglected me. I don't know how the Azure Dragon race will react." Azure Dragon smiled. "This person doesn't seem friendly." Vice Sect Leader Shui transmitted to Vice Sect Leader Yun. "He specifically wants to see Wu Yin. There might be some connection between the two. Wu Yin is a boundless border cultivator. With such an identity, I am not afraid of him acting recklessly. I'm not afraid of him acting recklessly. Go and call Wu Yin over. I want to see what Azure Dragon's motive for coming here today." Vice Sect Leader Yun transmitted. When Vice Sect Leader Shui heard this, he stood up and smiled at Azure Dragon. "Young clan leader, we have indeed failed to consider this matter thoroughly. I will go call those Taoists who are in seclusion over." Azure Dragon nodded his head in satisfaction and grunted softly. Just as Vice Sect Leader Shui was about to leave the guest hall, a figure walked in from outside. Azure Dragon saw this person clearly. A strange look flashed across his face and eyes. His right index finger twitched, but it was very strange. However, he quickly suppressed it and a faint smile appeared on his face again. "Brother Wu, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is..." When Vice Sect Leader Shui saw Ning Qi, his eyes lit up and he smiled. "Azure Dragon Race, young clan leader Azure Dragon." Ning Qi smiled. Everyone exchanged glances with one another and their expressions turned weird. They knew that when Ning Qi came to Moon Elephant Sect, he was only a fifth-step cultivator. A fifth-step cultivator, this kind of existence, could actually recognize the origin of the green dragon with one glance? "Azure Dragon, why are you still standing there? You are just sitting on a chair when you meet an old friend that you haven't seen for so many years? You are just like that. What a cold-blooded person." Ning Qi smiled at Azure Dragon. When Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others heard this, their expressions changed. When Azure Dragon heard this, he stood up and stared at Ning Qi. "Ning Beixian, you remember me? How can I not remember you? When I reincarnated, you treated me as a formidable opponent, but when I reincarnated, you paid attention to each of my lives. For example, in this life, you even specially sent Sword Emperor Longevity to talk to me. I will never forget such a friendship even after reincarnation." Ning Qi smiled. "Impossible. Back then, that person personally killed you. Even if I don't know how you did it, you can't possibly remember the past. Reincarnation, you can't possibly remember the past." Azure Dragon's eyes moved and he looked at Ning Qi carefully. "Sixth transformation Great Emperor. Did longevity die in your hands? Zhong? Was he the one who told you about my information?" Ning Qi looked at Azure Dragon with a faint smile, holding the stars and plucking the sun and moon. There is no one like me in the world. Azure Dragon, you should still remember this, right? Azure Dragon was like an old cat, and an undetectable fear flashed in his eyes. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Just as he was about to attack, Vice Sect Leader Yun scoffed. Moon Elephant Sect's mountain protecting array is enough to kill a great emperor. Ninth transformation. When Azure Dragon heard this, the tense atmosphere instantly calmed down. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 3953. The Moon Elephant Sect was one of the 13 godly sects. Since Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others dared to let Azure Dragon, a ninth revolution martial monarch, into the godly sect when sect leader Du Yu was not around, they were extremely confident. The defensive formation of the godly sect was extremely powerful. Even a ninth revolution martial monarch would not be able to withstand it. What? You want to kill me now? You can try and see if I'll die or not. Ning Qi smiled at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon was bewildered. At this moment, apart from being wary of the Moon Elephant Sect's protective mountain formation, he was also suspicious of Ning Qi. Since the other party still remembered his memories and dared to appear in front of him, perhaps he really had a trump card that he did not know of. For example, the Azure Dragon had not been able to find the source of the secret of Ning Qi's reincarnation all these years. He did not know why Ning Qi would immediately reincarnate after being killed every time. Not long after, Ning Qi would once again appear before him. Furthermore, every reincarnation was harder to fathom than the previous one. Just like this time, he only sensed it when Ning Qi became a martial monarch. This made Azure Dragon even more afraid. If he killed Ning Qi this time, wouldn't he only know that Ning Qi was a ninth revolution great emperor the next time he reincarnated? Concealing the fear in his heart, Azure Dragon glanced coldly at Ning Qi and walked out. Not long after, he left the Moon Elephant Sect. After a few breaths, everyone looked at Ning Qi with complicated expressions. Sixth Revolution Great Emperor. You are indeed a reincarnation of a great emperor. In such a short time, you have completed the journey that we have spent countless years to complete. Vice Sect Leader Yun said to Ning Qi with a strange expression. After a pause, she showed a hint of curiosity. From your conversation with Azure Dragon just now, you should remember your identity in your previous life, right? You are of the same generation as Azure Dragon? Bloodless Blade and the others immediately pricked up their ears. Azure Dragon's generation was similar to Du Yu's. If Ning Qi was of the same generation, they should have heard of Ning Qi's name. I only remember a little. I was just bluffing him. Ning Qi laughed. Vice Sect Master Yun did not pursue the matter. Ning Qi's current status was extraordinary. Putting aside the fact that he was already a sixth revolution emperor, a top-notch existence in the ancient land, the fact that Ning Qi dared to ridicule the Azure Dragon and the latter left without saying a word. They could already guess that Ning Qi's previous life would have the upper hand in the battle against the Azure Dragon. In the entire Moon Elephant Sect, Du Yu was probably the only one who could be on equal footing with such an existence. The others were all half a generation lower than him. 2 years later, the burial ruins will open. Our Moon Elephant Sect will have a huge battle with the martial monarchs of the other sacred sects. There might even be other factions joining in. You should prepare yourself. Vice Sect Master Yun smiled. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. Okay. 18 years ago, the reason why he came to the Moon Elephant Sect was to enter the burial ruins. Now that he had finally confirmed it, all he had to do now was wait patiently for the time limit to be up. If I had taken on the Moon Elephant Sect's mountain-protecting Grand Array, I should have been able to kill him. Why didn't I make a move? Azure Dragon pondered as he flew towards the clan grounds. In the end, he came to a conclusion that even he was unwilling to admit. He was afraid. He wasn't afraid of the Moon Elephant Sect's martial monarch, but Ning Qi, who had the memories of the past. He was afraid that he would have to face the nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. Even though the King of Nightmares had been killed by Senator White Dragon, his cultivation had stagnated for a very long time. Ever since that incident, Azure Dragon's cultivation was stagnant. However, he wouldn't admit that it was because he didn't kill Ning Qi with his own hands that there was a crack in his state of mind. Perhaps I should kill him with my own hand. Thinking of this, Azure Dragon's eyes flickered. He suddenly realized that his bottleneck seemed to have loosened. Just a thought could have such an effect. If he really killed Ning Qi of this life with his own hands, he might really step into the peak of the 9th transformation martial monarch. In the future, he would have the chance to take the 6th step and become a true big shot in the Shenluo world. Azure Dragon was a little regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have let his subordinates kill Ning Qi's reincarnations again and again. Instead, he should have done it himself. In this way, his cultivation would definitely be much higher than what he was seeing now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Many things couldn't be repeated. The past was the past, and there was a very important factor. Azure Dragon had always known the reason why he didn't do it himself. It was just that he wasn't willing to admit it. Until now, he wouldn't admit it. He was even afraid of Ning Qi's reincarnation. In 2 years, the burial site of Tai Li Land will open. This place used to be the site of Xianyuan's celestial sect. Now, it is controlled by the 13 divine sect. The 4 sacred clans also control a similar place, and it will open at that time. Perhaps I should leave the opportunity in my clan to others. As the Moon Elephant Sect's martial monarch, Ning Beixian must go to the burial site. This time, not only will I fight for the opportunity to take the 7th step, I will also completely eliminate this inner demon. The Azure Dragon's figure moved, and he stood in the void for a full 10 breaths of time before he changed his direction and prepared to head directly to the land of Tai Li. Xianyuan Lin, don't run anymore. Give me the ring in your hand. I promise I won't kill you for the sake of our friendship. This kind of treasure is a complete waste in your hands. Only I can bring out its full potential. Brother Zhang is right. Brother Lin, give me the ring. We have chased him all the way from Tai Li Land to immemorial time. We are tired. Let's not run anymore, okay? Don't you guys want the ring? Then let's go. Xianyuan Lin stopped and turned around with a smile. There were 4 figures in front of him. Each of them was much stronger than him. The strongest among them was already in the rebirth realm. Seeing that Xianyuan Lin had stopped, the 4 of them suddenly sped up. Just as they were about to catch Xianyuan Lin moved and disappeared on the spot. Damn it, he escaped again. What is that ring? How can it be so powerful? The 4 of them stopped. One of the women's eyes were filled with anger. Sister, don't be angry. Hurry and see where the goo worm you planted in his body is, the rebirth realm cultivator said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the woman immediately took out a compass. There was a small red dot shining on it. Over there. The woman pointed in a direction and said, Over there? It seems to be the territory of the Moon Elephant Sect. The rebirth realm cultivator frowned and then waved his hand. Continue to chase. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3954. Where is this? Xianyuan Lin looked around blankly. Around him, there were many people standing in the same place, looking at him strangely. They had just seen Xianyuan Lin suddenly appear here with their own eyes. Who are you? A middle-aged man walked slowly to Xianyuan Lin and asked with a frown. I'm sorry, I'm just passing by. Xianyuan Lin smiled embarrassedly. Passing by? Passing by our moon elephant sect? The middle-aged man sneered. Before Xianyuan Lin could react, an aura fell on him. He was instantly imprisoned by the aura and couldn't even use the divine sense on the ring. Moon elephant sect? One of the 13 divine sects? How did I come to such a place? Xianyuan Lin's face turned pale. He hated the ring. Every time he used the divine sense on the ring, he would encounter something terrible. He had to wonder if he had to pay a similar price to use the ring. You must be tired of living. There are still spies who dare to sneak into Moon Elephant Sect. You'd better tell me where you came from. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your immortal palace when I hand you over to the great emperor. The middle-aged man said coldly. Wait. It's really a misunderstanding. I was chased by someone and came here by mistake. Xianyuan Lin said hurriedly. Chased by someone? How could you come into Moon Elephant Sect by mistake with your cultivation? It's ridiculous. Do you really think the big formation of Moon Elephant Sect is useless? The middle-aged man was so angry that he almost laughed. Spies like you are usually very stubborn. But don't worry, I have 100 ways to make you talk. Xianyuan Lin wasn't too afraid of his threat. As long as he was given a chance, he could escape with the divine sense on the ring. But at the beginning, he might have to suffer a little. Just when the middle-aged man was about to leave with Xianyuan Lin, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from a mountain in the distance. Everyone's eyes were lit by the fire. There was a pillar of fire that reached to the sky. The terrifying temperature made even the cultivators at Step 5 feel that they would die if they approached it. Within the Moon Elephant Sect, be it the direct disciples, outer sect disciples, or servant disciples, all of them looked towards the direction of the pillar of fire with bewildered expressions. That direction seems to be Elder Wu's cave abode. Could it be that Elder Wu has cultivated some kind of special spell technique? This flame seems to be extremely strong. A fifth-step cultivator said with a solemn expression. There was a great distance between him and the pillar of fire, but the moment the pillar of fire appeared, the sense of danger made his hair stand on end. It was clear how powerful this pillar of fire was. No, there's something inside the fire pillar. Some sharp-eyed individuals cried out in alarm, because they saw the Qilin. Even in the primordial land, it was very difficult to see a Qilin. Is that a Kirin? The Qilin race, ranked third among the 10,000 ancient races? Why would it appear in our Moon Elephant Sect? Everyone's faces turned deathly pale. If there was a race with the smallest population in the primordial land, it would be the Qilin race. However, in the Qilin race, 8 out of 10 were great emperors. The ratio of great emperors was also the most terrifying existence among the 10,000 ancient races. Although no one knew the specific identity of the representatives in the Supreme Saint Council, everyone was sure that the current Qilin king was definitely one of the representatives. Compared to the Qilin race, the human race's status in the primordial land was very far away. The Qilin race's range of activity was also very far away from the Moon Elephant Sect's territory, and it was slightly closer to the 4 sacred races. To be honest, the Qilin race's status in the primordial land was comparable to the royal families of the human dynasties. It was extremely high, so when everyone saw a Qilin in the Moon Elephant Sect, they were so shocked. Ning Qi stood tens of feet away from the fire pillar, and his expression kept changing. If Zhao Lei and the others weren't enveloped by Ning Qi's aura, they would have been vaporized by the surrounding temperature. The cave abode that was originally green and lush had turned into a pile of charcoal. The fire pillar seemed to have the trend of burning bigger and bigger. If this trend continued, the entire mountain would be engulfed by it. In the fire pillar, the fire Qilin that had turned into an egg had already broken out of its shell. Its appearance was also completely different from before. In the past, the fire Qilin was burning with red flames, But now, the fire Qilin was burning with golden flames. Its scales were completely golden, and under the illumination of the fire, it reflected a dazzling halo. "Senior brother, what is this?" Zhao Lei hugged Zhao Chongqing and looked at the fire pillar and the fire Qilin floating in it, dumbfounded. Ning Qi didn't reply, but Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong looked at each other and gasped. "This looks like a Qilin." "Qilin." Zhao Lei finally confirmed that she wasn't seeing things, and her eyes lit up. She had been in the divine Lua world for so long, but this was the first time she saw the Qilin race, and it was so close. Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. After the fire Qilin's nirvana, the egg had been stored in his sea of consciousness. He originally thought that there wouldn't be any changes in a short period of time, but just now, he sensed a very dangerous aura and took out the Qilin egg in time. Otherwise, his physical body would have been melted by this fire pillar. She is just a nirvana, how can she have such a terrifying aura? Her aura has already surpassed that of a normal great emperor, right? Ning Qi muttered to himself. At the same time, Vice Sect Master Yun and the others appeared one after another. They easily came to Ning Qi's side and looked at the fire pillar with him. As for Bloodless Blade and the other great emperors, they could only stand hundreds of feet behind them. Their cultivation levels were lower, and when they felt the threat of the fire pillar, they didn't dare to stand so close like Ning Qi and the others. "Elder Wu, this is..." Vice Sect Master Yun looked at Ning Qi and then at the fire Qilin with a strange expression. They had just sent off the young clan leader of the Green Dragon race, and now there was another existence from the Qilin race? Qilin. Ning Qi smiled. "We know it's a Qilin." Everyone cursed in their hearts. Vice Sect Master Yun obviously wanted to ask about the origin of this Qilin. "We don't seem to have a Qilin in our moon form sect. I wonder if Elder Wu knows about its origin?" Vice Sect Master Shui asked tactfully. But just as he finished his sentence, the void in the sky suddenly tore open, and a huge eyeball appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone's expression subconsciously became more respectful. Apart from the members of the Holy Assembly, there was no one else who could appear in such a way. King Qilin. The old King Qilin is not dead yet. How did a new King Qilin appear in this world? The eyeball stared at the fire Qilin, and at the same time, a loud voice came into everyone's ears. Chapter 3955. Hong Zhong Dalu's voice seemed to have a special kind of magical power. After everyone heard it, they felt much more at ease. However, they could also sense an inviolable majesty from this voice. However, the message that this voice conveyed made everyone dumbfounded. King Qilin? The most powerful person in the Qilin clan? The terrifying existence that could command thousands of clans in Shenlua world? Not to mention Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others, even the current sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were only the juniors of King Qilin. They had never even seen King Qilin with their own eyes. This kind of existence was already a living legend. The moment the eyeball appeared, Ning Qi's attention had already shifted from the fire Qilin to it. Ning Qi was familiar with this eyeball and the voice that it had just made. This eyeball was the one that had appeared when Ning Qi was undergoing the heavenly tribulation in Shenluo mystic realm. At that time, the silver dragon had helped Ning Qi sneak into Shenluo world. This had angered the other party, and caused Ning Qi to enter the forsaken land of the gods. He was unable to advance normally, and could only join the Dark Parliament. King Qilin? I don't think so. If he is, what he said just now was contradictory. White Dragon Counselor. Or the existence behind the 4 sacred clans. The 4 sacred clans might not have counselors. The origins of these counselors can't be judged by common sense. They could also be some unknown clans. I just don't know if there are any 7th step cultivators in the human clan. If there are, the forces under them should be extremely famous. They might really be from one of the 13 deities' clans. Ning Qi's heart raced. However, apart from the two counselors that he could confirm, he really didn't know anything about the other counselors in the Supreme Saint Council. Even in a powerful force like the Moon Elephant sect, he couldn't find any clues in this aspect. These counselors are so mysterious and don't show themselves. They control the advancement of all the cultivators in Shunluo world. Do they like to be bosses behind the scenes, or do they have some unspeakable reasons? In the era when the Xianyuan celestial sect still existed, seventh-step cultivators were not so mysterious. Although they were also big shots in the cultivation world, there were records in some ancient books that seventh-step cultivators often appeared in front of ordinary cultivators, such as holding some Dao discussion ceremonies. Second counselor? Someone's expression changed abruptly as he looked at the sky in shock. Another eyeball appeared in the void. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this eyeball was slightly different from the previous one. This meant that the person behind this eyeball should be another councilman. But before the shock subsided, a second eyeball appeared, followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Finally, everyone saw 9 eyeballs spread out like stars on a chessboard, appearing in all directions. And the place they were focused on was the nirvanic rebirth of the fire Qilin within the pillar of fire. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely quiet. No one dared to make a sound. Even their breathing slowed down subconsciously. Ever since they could remember, they had never heard of 2 members of the Holy Assembly appearing at the same time. Moreover, there were 9 of them. Many people were excited. The scene today was enough to prove that the Holy Assembly had at least 9 representatives. These were 9 seventh-step cultivators. Their impression of the Supreme Saint Council became even more majestic, dignified, and powerful. 9. At least 9 seventh-step cultivators. If not for the lack of 8th-step cultivators, Shunluo world's strength should be comparable to the god nations in the creation divine territory. Ning Qi's expression was extremely solemn. 9 representatives had appeared to observe the fire Qilin's nirvanic rebirth. This was enough to show the seriousness of the matter. If these 9 representatives had ill intentions towards the fire Qilin, things would be difficult to handle. Ever since the second representative appeared, other than the sound of the fire burning in the fire pillar, there was only the faint sound of the wind passing through the forest. Silence. Dead silence. The 9 representatives didn't communicate at all. Ning Qi noticed that one of the eyeballs was completely golden. The pupil and the white of the eye were both golden. The aura of this eyeball seemed to be slightly stronger than the other eyeballs. It was just that this difference was difficult for ordinary people to detect. 10 breaths later, the first eyeball that appeared turned to look at the other 8 eyeballs. Then, it disappeared into the void. The remaining eyeballs also disappeared one after another. Only the golden eyeball was left. It kept staring at the fire Qilin in the void, and there was no emotion in its eyes. No one could guess what the existence behind this eyeball was thinking. About half an hour passed. The fire pillar suddenly started to descend from the top. Finally, it completely entered the fire Qilin's body. The fire Qilin, whose body was burning with golden flames, slowly opened its eyes. Her pupils were almost exactly the same as the eyeball in the void. They were both golden in color. Even the white of the eye did not have any other color. It was like the purest gold. The two of them stared at each other for about 10 breaths of time. This caused everyone to slowly become nervous. Then, the eyeball in the void slowly turned its gaze and locked onto Ning Qi among the crowd. "She has signed the life and death contract with you." It was the same loud and clear voice, but it was different from the first eyeball. This voice did not calm people down. Instead, it brought about an extremely terrifying pressure. Vice sect leader Yun and the others who were standing around Ning Xuanyi heard the voice. Their legs turned to jelly and they all knelt on the ground. With a crash, almost all the cultivators present knelt down. Only Ning Qi remained standing. He looked at the golden eyeball without a change in expression. It was not that his cultivation was strong enough to fight against it. Instead, when the voice sounded, a special power surged into Ning Qi's body from the fire qilin. It gave him the ability to resist the pressure. Life and death contract? Vice sect leader Yun and the others were shocked. They subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. They had never imagined that the qilin that had attracted the attention of the 9 representatives was actually Ning Qi's spiritual beast. Treating the qilin as a spiritual beast? Wasn't this like the birthday boy lighting a lamp in the toilet? Was he courting death? That's right. I have signed the life and death contract with her. Ning Qi spoke slowly. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. With the other's strength, if it really wanted to kill him, it would probably only take a glance. Ning Qi even suspected that even if the silver dragon appeared, it might not be able to fight against it. Even if the silver dragon's former strength was not weaker than the 7th step, its current condition was really worrying. It would fall into a deep sleep at the slightest provocation. If the existence behind this eyeball was really the king of the Qilin clan, then the silver dragon should not be a match for it. The Qilin clan cannot be a spiritual beast for you ant-like humans. She can be considered a traitor of the Qilin clan. Next, the experts of the Qilin clan will come to capture you and bring you to the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. The golden eyeball glanced indifferently at Ning Qi and the fire qilin before disappearing into the void. Chapter 3956. Disappeared? Ning Qi's expression turned strange. That golden eyeball was 100% King Qilin. It was obvious that the other party was unhappy with the fire qilin's contract, but he didn't attack them on the spot. Instead, he asked the experts of the Qilin race to capture them? Was it because of his pride as a 7th step cultivator that he wasn't willing to attack personally? Furthermore, the eyeball that had appeared first had sent Ning Qi a very important message. That eyeball said that the current Qilin king was still alive, so how could there be another Qilin king? This sentence contained a special meaning that was very important. Suddenly, Ning Qi had a strange thought. Could it be that the first eyeball was purposely reminding everyone? Before Ning Qi could think about it, the fire qilin landed in front of him and said, "Things are a little troublesome." It was indeed a little troublesome. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He looked around and cupped his fists at Vice Sect Master Yun and the rest. "Everyone, please head back first." "All right." Vice Sect Master Yun nodded. He looked at the fire qilin and turned to leave with a strange expression. Everyone else left one after another, but there was still a trace of shock in their hearts. This time round, the appearance of the 9 representatives in Moon Form Sect was an unprecedented event. Moreover, Ning Qi had actually signed a contract with the Qilin race. That was even more shocking and frightening. Ever since they could remember, they had never heard of the Qilin race signing such a contract with another race. Thinking about what the King Qilin had said, they couldn't help but feel worried for Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin. As for whether or not Moon Form Sect would be implicated because of this, they weren't worried. The Supreme Saint Council had always been fair, and they believed that they would make a fair decision on this matter. The cave abode. After Zhao Lei and the rest served tea, they left, leaving only Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin transformed into a human and wore a golden armor. Ning Qi suspected that the armor was formed by the golden flames on its body, and it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. There can only be one King Qilin in this world. The Fire Qilin said slowly. "You mean that the current King Qilin will deal with you because of this?" Ning Qi frowned. "This should be the so-called 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain, right?" The Fire Qilin nodded slightly. "My bloodline was originally very ordinary in the Qilin clan, but who would have thought that I would undergo nirvana this time? In the Qilin clan, only the next Qilin king will show signs of nirvana. Normally, when the previous Qilin king's lifespan is about to end, the current Qilin king must have already chosen the next successor. But with an anomaly like me, not only can the Qilin he chose not become the next Qilin king, if the current Qilin king's lifespan is not about to end, his fate energy will also be affected by me. I can feel that there is always a special power flowing into my body, and it is this power that allowed me to break through several great realms and reach the 8th transformation of Great Emperor. What kind of power is this? Ningqi could not help but reveal a trace of envy in his eyes. He had put in a lot of effort to reach the 6th transformation of Great Emperor, but the Fire Qilin had gone through Nirvana and directly reached the 8th transformation of Great Emperor. It was truly enviable. I don't know, but I suspect that this power is related to the current Qilin king. If I continue to absorb it, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and it is even possible for me to reach the 7th step of Ascendant. Therefore, not long after, the experts of the Qilin clan sent by the Qilin king will come as promised, and they will not allow me to cultivate in this state. The Fire Qilin said in a deep voice. She wore a solemn expression. She should have been in high spirits after reaching the 8th transformation of Great Emperor, but now, the Qilin king had noticed her the moment she advanced, and they were in a unique situation. Even if the Qilin king did not intend to bully the weak and personally took action, the experts of the Qilin clan he sent would not be easy to deal with. My guess is that he will send the next Qilin king that he has chosen to come here and kill you, the anomaly. Ningqi said. That is indeed possible. Only by doing so we can shut everyone's mouth. After my nirvana, I gained a lot of inherited memories. In order to become the Qilin king, I will have to convince the experts of my clan. This is probably the reason why the Qilin king did not personally take action, as he is afraid that the Qilin clan will be disloyal. The Fire Qilin nodded. Let's sort it out. The reason why the Qilin king did not take action personally is because he wants the other experts of the Qilin clan to kill you openly. Therefore, as long as they cannot find you, they will not do anything to me, because if I die, you will die too. This will not be considered fair, and there will be different opinions in the Qilin clan, right? Ningqi smiled. Something like that. The Fire Qilin nodded. Then things will be much simpler. The corner of Ningqi's lips curled upwards. 15 minutes later. In the creation's sacred realm. In the courtyard, the Fire Qilin wore a strange expression. The power is still pouring in endlessly. I will be able to break through to the 9th transformation of the Great Emperor realm soon. So, even the creation's sacred realm can't stop you from absorbing the power from the Qilin king. Although I'm not sure if the power is from the Qilin king, you should cultivate well in the creation's sacred realm and strive to break through to the 7th step as soon as possible to become an ultimate god. By then, even the Qilin king will not be able to do anything to you. Ningqi smiled. The worry in the Fire Qilin's heart had disappeared. He smiled and nodded slightly. As long as they were in the creation's sacred realm, the Qilin king would not be able to do anything to her. After all, this was not the Shenlua world. The Qilin king would not be able to deal with her unless he personally chased her to the creation's sacred realm. However, the possibility of a 7th step cultivator coming to the creation's sacred realm was slim. Jiang Posha, who was hanging on Emperor Lu, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Fire Qilin and Ningqi passing by the tree in disbelief. How is this possible? She has successfully undergone nirvana? If that's the case, why didn't the Qilin king kill them? Jiang Posha was shocked. At the same time, he could not understand why the Qilin king could not see the huge commotion caused by the Qilin's nirvana. He thought that if it was him, he would definitely kill the Fire Qilin immediately. In that case, Ningqi, who shared a bond with her, would not have a good ending. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the Qilin king's pride. The Fire Qilin suddenly stopped and walked in front of Emperor Lu. This star monster is about to become an emperor. Yes, but it's still a little short. However, the creation's sacred realm is rich in spiritual energy and the laws are different from the Shunluo world. It's inevitable for him to become an emperor. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Perhaps I can lend him a hand. The Fire Qilin muttered to himself and suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Emperor Lu. The next moment, Emperor Lu's aura surged like boiling water. Chapter 39:57. Jiang Tianshu, Jiang Wankong, and the others, who were pretending to be dead, were awakened by Lu Huang's aura. They opened their eyes and stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Emperor Lu's aura was terrifying to begin with. He was just a little bit away from entering the Emperor realm. Moreover, back in the divine Luo world, Emperor Lu was also a very famous existence among the star demons. Because Emperor Lu had lived for too long, his accumulation was tens or even hundreds of times thicker than ordinary fifth-step imperishable realm cultivators. When the Fire Qilin placed its palm on Lu Huang's body, the tiny veins on Lu Huang's body all emitted a dazzling golden light. Immediately after, everyone saw a similar golden light appear on the ground. The golden light continued to spread in all directions, almost enveloping the surrounding territory of thousands of miles. In the distance, many figures flew into the air from the ancient star system pavilion. Led by Pavilion Elder Duan, everyone stared in the direction of Lu Huang. Lu Huang is about to become an emperor, the old lord said slowly. Emperor Realm. A trace of envy appeared on the bull demon king's face. But in addition to envy, hope also rose in his heart. He already knew about Lu Huang's experience in the Shunluo realm. He had no hope of becoming an emperor for so many years. How many years had it been since he came to the Fortune Divine realm? If Lu Huang could become an emperor, so could he. The old lord is right. Lu Huang is indeed about to become an emperor. The corners of Grand Elder Duan's mouth rose slightly. With Ning Qi and Lu Huang becoming an emperor, they now had two Emperor Realm cultivators in the Fortune Divine realm. Compared to the giant cities that only had 1 or 2 Grade 6 God Realm warriors guarding them, they were now considered a first-rate force. The golden veins on the ground continued to spread. Soon, everyone saw golden seeds emerging from the veins. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the seeds continued to germinate, grew, and turned into towering willow trees that were hundreds of feet tall. The surface of these willow trees glowed with a faint golden light. The territory within thousands of kilometers was almost turned into a sea of trees by these countless willow trees. Some of the God Realm warriors who passed by could not help but be shocked. Someone is breaking through to Grade 6 here. Retreat, lest we get caught in the crossfire. Everyone turned around and fled. It was common knowledge that when a martial artist broke through to the 6th grade of the realm of the gods, they would have an extremely powerful aura. Sometimes, this aura wouldn't cause any harm to others, but the vast majority of them would more or less injure a 4th or 5th grade realm of the god. As for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade realm of the gods, there was no need to mention them. If they encountered this sort of situation, they could only flee. Otherwise, just a wisp of the aura of a 6th grade realm of the gods would be enough to consign them to eternal damnation. This state lasted for an entire day and night. A green-robed middle-aged man appeared in front of Ning Qi. He first bowed deeply to Ning Qi, then to the Fire Qilin. "Thank you, Daoist Qilin, for helping me break through the last bottleneck and finally become an emperor. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I also sensed it. This should be my great monarch divine ability." The Fire Qilin smiled. To put it bluntly, she and Emperor Lu were the same as Ning Qi. They had signed the life and death contract. If they could help her, they would help her. Otherwise, Emperor Lu's cultivation was too low. If he was killed, not only would Ning Qi die, but she would also die with him. "You are Emperor Lu?" Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. The middle-aged Lu Huang smiled and nodded. Then, what is this? Ning Qi pointed at the willow tree in front of him. This was Emperor Lu's body. Jiang Posha and the others were still hanging on it. However, this willow tree no longer shone with golden light. Qing Hai's willow tree had also returned to its low-profile appearance, with all the golden light hidden. Taoist Ning, this is my outer body incarnation. Not only this, but all the willow trees within a radius of thousands of miles are all my incarnations, Emperor Lu explained with a smile. Outer body incarnation? This should be your great monarch divine ability, right? Ning Qi was a little surprised. He could vaguely sense that the willow tree in front of him still had a terrifying aura, which was comparable to an ordinary 6th-grade celestial realm warrior. As for the other willow trees, those with slightly lower cultivation might not be able to see anything special and would only think that they were ordinary willow trees. However, with Ning Qi's cultivation, he could see that any one of these willow trees was comparable to a 5th-grade celestial realm warrior. There were about 100 of them that were comparable to a 5th-step celestial realm warrior. The closer the willow trees were to the courtyard and the archaic star pavilion, the stronger their aura was. Among the 100 willow trees that were comparable to a 6th-grade celestial realm warrior, more than 30 of them were surrounding the archaic star pavilion, while the remaining 70 or so were like stars, guarding the courtyard in all directions. This is my great monarch divine ability. Emperor Lu nodded with a smile. It's really a good divine ability. If you also cultivate those outer body incarnations to the Emperor realm, won't your enemies be in deep despair? Ning Qi smiled. Taoist Ning is right. It's just that it's already so difficult for me to become an emperor, let alone cultivate these incarnations to the Emperor realm. Perhaps in the future there will be a chance. Emperor Lu did not deny it. This was the growth potential of his great monarch divine ability. However, it was different from ordinary great emperors. The growth potential of the great emperor divine ability was related to the cultivation of the great emperor divine ability. The stronger the cultivation, the more powerful the divine ability. However, Emperor Lu's great emperor divine ability was different. Even if his cultivation increased, the impact on these outer body incarnations would be negligible. He could only increase his strength by letting his outer body incarnations cultivate as well. In the divine realm of creation, opportunities are everywhere. It might be difficult in the divine Luo realm, but it might not be the case here. No matter what, in the future, with you here, this place will be the strongest fortress. Ordinary Emperor realm warriors won't be able to break in. Ning Qi was very satisfied with Emperor Lu's great emperor divine ability. With such a divine ability guarding this place, the safety of Wang Muting and the others would be guaranteed. It was as if the territory of thousands of miles had been turned into a city and belonged to Ning Qi's sphere of influence. Whoever dared to behave atrociously here, a willow tree could teach them a lesson. My life is over. Jiang Tianshu closed his eyes in despair. Jiang Posha, Jiang Wankong, and the others were not any better. They had always held a glimmer of hope in their hearts that they could escape this place. But now, Emperor Lu had become an emperor in front of them, and they were still imprisoned by Emperor Lu's outer body incarnations. There was a sea of outer body incarnations around them. Although they were weaker than the one that imprisoned them, they were still powerful enough to crush them. Their hope of escaping this place was zero. We congratulate Emperor Lu for becoming an emperor. Grand Elder Duan and the others flew across the sky and congratulated Emperor Lu. You're too polite. I hope you can take care of me in the future. Emperor Lu cupped his hands and smiled. Such a joyous occasion, of course, we have to set up a few tables. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he looked at Grand Elder Duan. Not only that, I have a suggestion. The commotion caused by Emperor Lu becoming an emperor is much bigger than mine. The sea of trees here can't be hidden from the surrounding divine realm warriors. Why don't we send out invitations and invite them to visit us? If that's the case, the reputation of the ancient star pavilion will spread. If the other sects in the divine Luo realm find out. Grand Elder Duan pondered. I've already made a decision. The ancient star pavilion is still not domineering enough. From now on, this place will be called the Heavenly Court. Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he said that, the old lord's eyes flickered. The eyes of the Bull Demon King and the others lit up like stars. Still looking for the strongest dragon-slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. =. Chapter 3958. Heavenly Court? Grand Elder Duan was startled. Then, he smiled bitterly and glanced at Ning Qi, thinking of Ning Qi's previous identity. It was very likely that it was his ancestor, so he said. The name of the Heavenly Courts is indeed much more impressive than the Star Pavilion. It's a good way to hide the fact that the Star Pavilion has the means to enter the creation divine realm and avoid being suppressed by the Holy Assembly. The prodigies who belonged to the ancient Star Pavilion that Ning Qi had brought into the creation divine realm were originally unhappy. This place should still be called the ancient Star Pavilion. But even though they were unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. After Grand Elder Duan agreed, he thought about the two words Heavenly Court and gradually agreed. Beixian, are you going to establish the Heavenly Court today? The old lord stroked his beard. There's no time like the present. Since Emperor Lu has become an emperor, there's no way to hide it anymore. It's better to establish the Heavenly Court. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After establishing the Heavenly Court, I should be able to get an official position, right? Bull Demon King suddenly said with a smile. Ning Qi glanced at him. I'll let you be the horse protector. After pausing for a moment, Ning Qi smiled at Old Supreme Lord and said, I'll have to trouble Old Supreme Lord to worry about the matters of the Heavenly Court. I still have some matters regarding Divine Luo World. I still have some matters to attend to in Shenluo World. After Ning Qi left, Bull Demon King looked at the old lord in a daze. He really wants me to be the horse protector? Isn't that a monkey? Is there anything else? The little monkey is not back yet. You can take over for now. The old lord smiled. Bull Demon King, Shenluo World. Moon Elephant Sect. Ning Qi was at ease leaving the creation divine realm to the old lord. Plus, Emperor Lu and Fire Qilin were there. Even if someone was unhappy and wanted to cause trouble, the two could deal with it. Not to mention that Emperor Lu had millions of avatars. His strength was probably comparable to a third-rank emperor with his deep foundation. His avatar, which was also an emperor, was comparable to a sixth-rank god realm warrior. Fire Qilin was even more powerful. He had just succeeded in nirvana and inherited something, but his cultivation level was already at 8th-rank emperor. It was rare to see a 6th-grade god realm warrior in the Fortune Divine realm. Once the Heavenly Court was established, its strength would directly surpass that of the Hague City. In the Fortune Divine realm, although it couldn't compare to those 100, the foundation of a powerful sect could also stand firmly below the top 100 sects. After returning to Moon Elephant Sect, Ning Qi immediately headed to Vice Sect Master Yun's cave abode. Why are you here? Vice Sect Master Yun was deeply surprised by Ning Qi's visit as he subconsciously looked behind Ning Qi. The Fire Qilin has already left the Moon Elephant Sect. The Qilin King has spoken directly, intending to bully the weak. She came to capture me and the Fire Qilin. If she continues to stay in the Moon Elephant Sect, she will only bring trouble to the sect. Ning Qi laughed. Vice Sect Master Yun heaved a sigh of relief, but there was a hint of pity in his eyes. If it were any other time, Moon Elephant Sect would be able to befriend them. An expert of the Qilin clan was naturally a good thing. Unfortunately, this Qilin was too strong. It was actually born from the Qilin king, and the current Qilin king was still alive. Even if she was a human, she knew that the Qilin clan had a saying that two tigers could not live on the same mountain. Actually, you will also be in danger if you stay in the Moon Elephant sect. The Qilin king said that he will capture both of you. Vice Sect Master Yun said in a low voice. I know this, so I intend to discuss with you whether we should go to the Tai Li land first. Instead of staying in the Moon Elephant sect, why don't we go there first? Ning Qi laughed. This Vice Sect Master Yun glanced at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Even if you go to the Tai Li land, the Qilin clan will still chase after you. If you go, won't that put pressure on the sect master and the rest? What are you afraid of? The sect master is a 9th transformation great emperor, and the Qilin clan is probably only a 7th step cultivator. The rest are the strongest, but they are comparable to the sect master. Given the sect master's strength, you can still intimidate them. When I get the opportunity from the Tai Li land, my cultivation level will soar. Why would I be afraid of the Qilin clan experts? Ning Qi smiled faintly. His tone was full of confidence. Vice Sect leader Yun realized that the situation before him would be dire for any other cultivator, but for Ning Qi, he actually didn't care at all. Was he pretending, or did he really not care? Vice Sect Master Yun's heart stirred. He recalled that Ning Qi knew the young patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan, Azure Dragon, and even scared him away. Then, a Qilin appeared as a spiritual beast. All of this seemed very inconceivable, enough to prove it from the side. This meant that Ning Qi's status in his previous life was probably above the 13 divine clans. He must be an old monster that has lived for a very long time. Vice Sect Master Yun looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Back then, she only felt that Ning Qi was a good junior and could be guided. Now, her attitude towards Ning Qi was already worlds apart. From the bottom of her heart, she treated Ning Qi as that kind of person. An old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. Seeing that Vice Sect Master Yun didn't say anything and only looked at him, Ning Qi smiled and waited quietly. I heard that the opening of the Bone Burial Ruins this time has an opportunity to attain the Tao. Otherwise, the sect master and the others wouldn't place so much importance on it. With his ability, he might really be able to get something out of it. After pondering for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Vice Sect leader Yun nodded. All right, we'll head to the Bone Burial Ruins in advance. Ever since I entered the sect, I have never met the sect master. This time, I will be the one to introduce you. If you go alone, I am afraid that you will not be able to meet him. Sect master will be suspicious. That's the principle. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up when he saw Vice Sect Master Yun nodding in agreement. If he had met with the Capital Moon Sect Master, he would have gone to the bone burial site by himself, and there would have been no need to ask for Vice Sect Master Yun's permission. Vice Sect leader Yun was a swift and decisive person. Since she had made the decision, she only used a day's time to make the sect big and small. After making some arrangements, she left an Emperor Realm Elder to guard the place. The rest of the emperors boarded her flying ship and flew away. Just as the boat was about to take off, a 5th-step cultivator ran over with a youth while trembling in fear. Elders, please wait. Vice Sect Master Shui, Bloodless Ren, and the other great emperors looked at the 5th-step cultivator. Bloodless Ren frowned and said, Disciple? Son, what are you doing? Master, this brother said that he knows Elder Wu. I am afraid that I will delay Elder Wu's important matter. I am here to confirm it. The 5th-step cultivator glanced at Bloodless Ren, then looked at Ning Qi with some fear. He was so nervous that he could die. If he was tricked by this kid, who knew whether Ning Qi would punish him or not? Vice Sect leader Yun and the others were all on the ferry boat. Clearly, they were going to do something important. Boss, I have been looking for you for so long. Xian Yuanlin looked at Ning Qi and howled. Ning Qi looked at Xian Yuanlin with a strange expression. How did this guy find this place? At the same time, Xian Yuanlin was also very shocked. How did this guy become an emperor? He even had a qilin as a spiritual beast? It was simply unbelievable. And he was still looking for the most powerful dragon slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3959. The two people who hadn't seen each other for many years suddenly met at this moment, but they each had their own thoughts. Xian Yuanlin, why are you here? Ning Qi asked with a strange expression. Vice Sect Master Yun and the others sized Xian Yuanlin up. Ning Qi knew either the Azure Dragon or the Fire Qilin. They subconsciously thought that Xian Yuanlin was also a big shot, but they were disappointed. He was just an ordinary fourth-step cultivator. When the fifth-step cultivator saw this, he hurriedly removed the restriction on Xian Yuanlin's body. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't been ruthless. Otherwise, wouldn't he have indirectly offended Elder Wu? Boss, I was being chased and accidentally entered this place. In the end, I happened to see Boss show his divine might and subdue the Fire Qilin. Boss is mighty. Xian Yuanlin flattered him. Elder Wu, who is this kid? Vice Sect Master Yun was a little unhappy that Xian Yuanlin seemed to be a little glib. An old friend. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, Xian Yuanlin felt a force wrap around him, and he flew to the immortal boat. The boat. Seniors, I've known Boss for many years. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be too polite. You can just call me Little Lin. Xian Yuanlin smiled and cupped his hands at everyone. Slap. Ning Qi slapped the back of Xian Yuanlin's head, and he looked at Ning Qi with some grievance. Ning Qi didn't even look at him. Vice Sect Master Yun smiled and said, Vice Sect Master Yun, we can set off. This kid came from Tyli. We'll send him back on the way. Vice Sect Master Yun nodded slightly. With a thought, the immortal boat broke through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The fifth-step cultivator who had sent Xian Yuanlin earlier looked envious. He envied that Xian Yuanlin could actually sit on the same immortal boat with so many great emperors. It was already an incredible opportunity for an ordinary cultivator to sit on the same immortal boat with so many great emperors. On the immortal boat, Vice Sect Master Yun and the others returned to their cabins. Ning Qi and Xian Yuanlin looked at each other for a while. Yuanlin was the first to speak. Boss, so many great emperors are going to Tyli. Are you going to do something big? It's not a big deal. It's just that the restrictive spell in the Bone Burial Ruins is about to be broken. Opportunities can be picked up. Ning Qi smiled. What? You want to go to my house? No wonder all the sect masters of the 13 divine sects are at my house. Come to think of it, there are already a dozen great emperors on this immortal boat than the other divine sects. You actually plan to send several hundred this time? Great Emperor, are you going to rob my house together? Xian Yuanlin stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. What's your family? Your Xian Yuan immortal sect was destroyed many years ago, and I cut you out of the heavenly source stone. Damn it, your house is gone. Ning Qi sneered. He vaguely remembered how arrogant Xian Yuanlin was back then. He still thought that he was the young master of Xian Yuan Immortal School. Even if my family is exterminated, that place is still my home. Boss, don't blame me for not reminding you, my home isn't that easy to enter. Back then, my father and the other elders had died with hatred in their hearts. That resentment was enough to drive a martial emperor into madness. At least no ninth transformation great emperor cultivation. I definitely can't withstand this kind of resentment. Xian Yuanlin frowned slightly and transmitted his voice. How do you know? Ning Qi smiled. I went in once and almost died. The resentment doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Even I have the Xianyuan Immortal School. Even if I have the Xianyuan Immortal School, it won't help, Xianyuan Lin said. No matter what, I have to get something in the bone burial site this time. Only by getting that thing can I be at ease. Otherwise, I will always be worried that one day I will suddenly die. Ning Qi looked at Xianyuan Lin and said, If you have the same plan as me, I won't give it to you. Let me tell you in advance. If you want to fall out with me, I will suppress you for tens of thousands of years. Isn't this what bandits do? Xianyuan Lin was dumbfounded. This time, you can just treat me as a bandit. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. Xianyuan Lin's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice. Boss, what do you want? Do you want the opportunity to advance to the 7th step? Ning Qi paused and turned to look at Xianyuan Lin. You can say that. I actually have a little bit of understanding in this area, Xianyuan Lin said shyly. Continue. Ning Qi smiled. I know it's very difficult for me to obtain such a thing with my current cultivation. If it's taken by boss, it's better than nothing. If boss gets it, it's better than nothing. Don't stutter. Say it all at once. What conditions do you have? If boss gets that thing, can you help me take revenge for the extermination of my family? Xianyuan Lin said embarrassedly. His eyes flickered. Obviously, he felt embarrassed by his condition. The only reason he was still alive and standing on this side was all because Ning Qi had cut him out of the Heavenly Source Stone back then. If it was another Heavenly Source Master, he would probably have been cut in half. Revenge for the extermination of my family? Ning Qi smiled. As long as the information you tell me is useful and allows me to get the opportunity to advance to the 7th step, I will take the karma of your Xianyuan Immortal Sect. Not to mention revenge for the extermination of my family, it's not difficult for me to help you establish a new orthodoxy. Establish a new orthodoxy? Xianyuan Lin was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes flashed like two light bulbs. Are you serious? Forget it if you don't believe me. I believe you. Xianyuan Lin was afraid that Ning Qi would go back on his words. He immediately revealed the information that he had hidden just now. Actually, it wasn't too difficult to advance to the 7th step in the glorious era of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect. At least there was hope. However, it was basically impossible to advance to the 7th step in this era. The Heaven Tribulation was controlled by the Supreme Saint Council in some way. There is one important thing. What is it? Ning Qi's eyes moved. The Silver Dragon said that it wanted him to seize the Divine Spark. He didn't know if what Xianyuan Lin was referring to was the same as what the Silver Dragon said. However, the era of the Silver Dragon was probably much earlier than the era of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect. Source. To advance to the 7th step, you have to integrate a source, Xianyuan Lin said with a solemn expression. Source? Ning Qi frowned slightly. What you said is too general. What is it? I don't know the specifics because I've never seen what the source looks like. However, my father once said that after the 7th step of cultivation, a cultivator will leave behind a source after they die. This source is a necessary condition to advance to the 7th step. There is no other. But today in this era, the source no longer exists. I've been asking around for information all these years, but no one knows about this thing. Even the ancient books didn't record it. I suspect that the Supreme Saint Council blocked the information, Xianyuan Lin said through gritted teeth. He suspected that the Supreme Saint Council members might be the ones who destroyed the Xianyuan Immortal Sect. The culprit of the Immortal Sect. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3960. Your suspicions are not impossible. All these years, the Supreme Sacred Council seems to have been planning something. So many seventh-step cultivators died. Countless sects with seventh-step cultivators and continuous providence were annihilated overnight. It could be for the source that you mentioned. Ningqi pondered for a moment before transmitting his voice. Xianyuan Lin was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. These guys are really despicable and crazy. Killing people to obtain the source? How could they think of that? One source is enough for a seventh-step cultivator. What are they trying to do? Perhaps their target was also the godhood. Source and divinity might not be the same thing, but there was definitely a connection between the two. Gradually, Ningqi felt that the fog in front of him had dissipated a lot. He had a clearer guess as to why the group of counselors had been controlling everyone's advancement all these years. Boss, when the resentment in Xianyuan's celestial sect dissipates, take me in. I'll point you to a place. If my father was prepared, the source that my father left behind might be there. Xianyuan Lin transmitted his voice. We'll talk about it then. Ningqi smiled and nodded. He didn't know whether or not he would be able to smoothly find godhood when the boneyard opened this time. The powerhouses of the Qilin clan should be arriving soon, and there was also that azure dragon. Based on Ningqi's judgment, he was probably already plotting how to kill him. The speed of Vice Sect Leader Yun's ferry boat was very fast. It did not take them long to pass through the teleportation formation and arrive at Heaven Connect City, which belonged to the Tyli land. After arriving, Vice Sect Leader Yun did not immediately head to the burial site. Instead, he made a short stop. The huge ferry boat stood in the void and attracted the attention of countless cultivators. When those cultivators realized that almost all the people on the ferry boat were Emperor Realm experts, they gasped in shock. At the same time, they were a little frightened. They did not know why so many Emperor Realm experts had come together. Sky Connect City's boundless cultivator, Han Wei, greets all the seniors. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures flew into the sky. The leader bowed respectfully to everyone. It was Han Wei, who had told Ningqi that the burial site was about to open. After obtaining the Qilin's heart, the power of his spirit had grown a lot stronger. His cultivation had also broken through. Compared to ordinary cultivators, his cultivation speed was extraordinary. No need to be so polite. We are just passing by today. It's nothing. Vice Sect Leader Yun nodded slightly. When Han Wei saw this, he was just about to leave when he saw a familiar face and cried out involuntarily, Brother Wu? The expressions of Bloodless Blade and the other martial monarchs darkened. A mere boundless border cultivator dared to address the Moon Elephant Sect's great emperor as Brother Wu? This was simply disgraceful and disregarding seniority. Perhaps Han Wei had sensed the change in the great monarch's emotions, but he was shocked. He apologized profusely. Seniors, please forgive me. I must have recognized the wrong person. I stayed in Heaven Connect City for a while. This little guy's strength is not bad, and his temperament is not bad. Ningqi explained to everyone with a smile. Hearing this, Han Wei's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he really didn't recognize the wrong person? Is he really that Brother Wu? Han Wei, Brother Wu's reputation has been rising recently in the primeval lands. I wonder how many lifetimes of good fortune you've accumulated to be able to receive his praise. A voice sounded above everyone's heads. The Heavenly Moon Emperor nodded at the crowd with a smile, then looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. Greetings, City Lord. Han Wei hurriedly suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed to the Heavenly Moon Emperor. Compared to Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others, as a boundless border cultivator, Han Wei naturally knew that the Heavenly Moon Emperor's strength was stronger. After all, he was a famous boundless border great emperor in the Holy Assembly. There were only over 30 such existences in the entire primeval lands. Little Cloud, Almost all the great emperors of your Moon Elephant sect are here, right? Are we going to that place now? Calculating the time, there's still more than a year before it opens, right? The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. Seeing him address Vice Sect Leader Yun as Little Cloud, Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. If this Heavenly Moon Emperor was really the Heavenly Wolf Counselor, then how strong were the other counselors' cultivation bases? Could it be that the rumors about the counselors' cultivation bases in the Dark Parliament were all wrong? When he first entered the Dark Parliament, according to the information Ning Qi obtained, the strength of the counselors in the Dark Parliament could only be considered average in the outside world. For example, they were around rank 5 or rank 6 great emperors. However, from the looks of it now, his judgment of the Dark Parliament's strength should be wrong. That's true. If even I can determine the strength of the Dark Parliament, as long as there are a few traitors, wouldn't the Holy Assembly be able to deduce their identities in the outside world? Big Brother Heavenly Moon, can you stop calling me by this nickname? After all, I've been an emperor for so many years and have countless disciples and grand disciples under me. If others find out about this, I'll lose my face. Vice Sect Leader Yun rolled his eyes. Vice Sect Leader Shui and the others chuckled and didn't say a word. Obviously, they already knew that Vice Sect Leader Yun and the Heavenly Moon Emperor had a close relationship. I want to call you by this nickname. Back when you were just a puny rebirth state, I already called you by this nickname. Although you're already a rank 8 great emperor now, and almost caught up to me, I still want to call you by this nickname. The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. Alright, up to you. I'm just passing by today. I still have to rush to the burial site, so I won't chat any longer. Vice Sect Leader Yun waved his hand helplessly. After greeting, Vice Sect Leader Yun left on the ferry boat. Just as the ferry boat flew out of Heaven Connect City, Ning Qi suddenly heard the familiar voice of the Heavenly Wolf Counselor. Be careful of the flowing water on this trip. Be careful of the flowing water? Counselor Lu? Ning Qi turned around slightly and saw the Heavenly Moon Emperor looking at him with a smile. The Heavenly Moon Emperor then nodded and disappeared. Brother Wu, what are you looking at? Bloodless Blade sensed Ning Qi's movement and turned around curiously. However, there was nothing. Nothing. Ning Qi smiled. However, his heart became heavier because of that sentence. Could it be that Counselor Lu would also appear in the burial site? Or, Counselor Lu was one of the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects. If that's the case, the strength of the Dark Parliament is a little terrifying. Counselor Lu seems to dislike me and knows my real identity. If he was the sect leader of the divine sects, I wonder if he would secretly make a move. Unfortunately, Counselor Sirius did not finish his words. If I could know Counselor Lu's real identity in the outside world, I would at least have a countermeasure. Ning Qi muttered in his heart. When they reached the boundary of Tylee Land, the speed of the ferry boat increased, and it didn't take long to get close to the burial site. However, everyone saw that there were already countless ferry boats parked outside the burial site. Among them, there was no lack of ferry boats with the flags of the 13 divine sects. Chapter 3961. Beidou Sect, Demon Aspect Sect, Dragon Tiger Sect, Sun Moon Sect. Including us, the 13 sects are all here. Vice Sect Leader Yun looked at the ferry boats with a strange expression. She thought that she was early enough to come here a year earlier. She didn't expect that the 13 sects were the last to arrive. Apart from the 13 sects, there were also some sneaky forces waiting at the side. These forces also had powerful great emperors from all clans. On the Beidou sect's side was a huge ferry boat. Su Qingqiu, Shi Leng, and the other great emperors stood on the deck with cold expressions. When they saw Vice Sect Leader Yun's ferry boat, Su Qingqiu and the others quickly glanced around and finally fixed their eyes on Ning Qi. Third Elder, that guy is really here. Shi Leng subconsciously touched his neck and then transmitted a message with a face full of resentment. The sect leader said in advance that there will be a big conflict in the bone burial site. If you want to take revenge, this is your only chance. After this matter is over, it's basically impossible for you to take revenge on that guy with the surname Wu. Su Qingqiu transmitted a message with a calm expression. Shi Lung nodded slightly. Not only did the other party destroy his physical body, but he also sent Bu Qingxiao to samsara. The Beidou sect would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, this time, the Beidou sect had already planned to take revenge after the bone burial site was opened. Otherwise, the other sects would think that the Beidou sect was a pushover. At this moment, a few figures suddenly flew up from the ferry boats and landed in front of Vice Sect Leader Yun almost at the same time. "Miss Yun, long time no see." A handsome young man dressed in red cupped his hands towards Vice Sect Leader Yun. "Elder Wu, this is Su Tong, the young master of the True Void sect. He is an 8th Revolution Great Emperor and has an extremely strong cultivation. I heard that he is much younger than Vice Sect Leader Yun." Bloodless Blade introduced in a low voice. He knew that Ning Qi had just become a great emperor not long ago and should not know much about the 13 sects. The young master of the True Void sect? What a show-off indeed. Ning Qi nodded slightly. As Bloodless Blade heard this, a strange color flashed across his face. He carefully looked at Su Tong and couldn't help but agree with Ning Qi's evaluation. There were so many cultivators present, and most of the female cultivators weren't wearing red clothes. Yet, Su Tong was wearing an incomparably gorgeous red robe. At this moment, another young man who looked like a scholar glanced at Su Tong with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Su Tong, I heard that you recently married another concubine? What does it have to do with you?" Su Tong frowned slightly. "Elder Wu, that is the young master of the Magic Light Academy, Meng Long, who is also an 8th transformation martial monarch. The other one is the vice sect leader of the Stainless sect, Do Qianfan. They are both famous existences in the 13 divine sects, and they are very fond of Vice Sect Leader Yun." Bloodless Blade transmitted. When Ning Qi heard this, he looked at the other young man who had an indifferent expression. Only when he looked at Vice Sect Leader Yun would there be a trace of fire in his eyes. "Elder Ren, these 3 people should be geniuses with extremely high cultivation bases despite their young age, right? Our Moon Elephant sect doesn't have such a person, but what about the other divine sects? Why don't they come over to greet us?" Ning Qi transmitted with a smile. "There is one in the Demon Image sect too, but he is indifferent and won't take the initiative to greet others. He should be here today." Bloodless Blade took a look at the ferry boat of the Demon Image sect, then looked at the Mountain Sea Temple. "I heard that among the monks, there was an Arhat who appeared 3,000 years ago. He is also a reincarnation of a great emperor, and he still remembers his past memories. I wonder what his cultivation base is now. Maybe he is already a 7th transformation martial monarch. Among the great emperors, every 3 transformations was a watershed. A 7th transformation martial monarch was equivalent to a 6th grade upper realm in the creation celestial realm, which was already very different from an ordinary great emperor. Are there no younger geniuses in the Beidou sect? Ning Qi looked in the direction of the Beidou sect, and saw that Shi Lung had already reformed his physical body, and seemed to be still looking at him. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Shi Lung immediately looked away. "There are younger ones, but they are not as famous as Meng Long and the others, and they are not strong. Shi Lung is very young, but his physical body has been destroyed a few times, so he has no future." Bloodless Blade couldn't help but laugh when he said this. Thinking of how Vice Sect Leader Yun had destroyed Shi Lung's physical body once and Ning Qi the other time, he couldn't help but pity Shi Lung. Su Tong, Meng Long, Do Qianfan, and the one from the Demon Image sect, Mountain Sea Temple, Vice Sect Leader Yun can probably be counted as one of them. Other than these 6, the rest of the 7 divine sects should be controlled by the older generation. Even if the new generation of great emperors have some strength, they can't be compared to these six. Ning Qi calculated in his heart. When they entered the bone burial site, these guys could all be enemies, including vice sect leader Yun. Other than them, the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were also very difficult to deal with. It was very difficult to find the godhead or the source that Xian Yuan Lin mentioned in such an environment. Miss Yun, I heard that a new great emperor appeared in your sect some time ago, and he is very strong. Not only did he kill Shi Lung of the Beidou sect, but he also sent Bu Qingshao of the Beidou sect, whose strength is similar to ours, into the samsara. May I know where this brother is now? At this moment, the topic of Su Tong and the others seemed to have shifted to Ning Qi. Hearing this, Ning Qi looked at them and coincidentally met their eyes. Obviously, they already knew Ning Qi's identity, but they just wanted Vice Sect leader Yun to introduce him. Elder Wu, let me introduce you. Vice Sect leader Yun said to Ning Qi with a smile. Then, she introduced the three of them. Hearing this, Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. It's an honor to meet you. Perhaps sensing the perfunctory tone in Ning Qi's voice, the young master of the True Void sect, Su Tong's lips curved into a smile. After sizing Ning Qi up, he said, Brother Wu's skills are extraordinary. You have just become a great emperor and you have already done two great things. I admire you very much. I wonder if there is a chance for me to compete with Brother Wu? That's a good suggestion. Meng Long nodded slightly. Dou Qianfan also said, the bone burial site won't open so soon. If Su Tong can compete with Elder Wu, it will be a wonderful thing. In that case, I will ask them to move the ferry boat further away so that Brother Wu and I can compete. Su Tong smiled and was about to turn around to inform the other divine sects. Ning Qi frowned and said indifferently, Did the three of you come here just to test my strength? Why don't you save this opportunity for after we enter the bone burial site? By then, there will be many opportunities for us to compete. Su Tong's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and smiled at Ning Qi. Elder Wu, are you afraid? Chapter 3962. At this moment, the great monarchs of Moon Elephant sect could hear the provocation in Su Tong's words. They also guessed the purpose of the trio's trip. Although the other divine sects didn't send anyone, they were very concerned about what was happening on the immortal boat. Shi Lung's eyes flickered with joy when he saw that Su Tong wanted to spar with Ning Qi. If Su Tong could avenge him, that would be for the best. Although Ning Qi had killed Bu Qingshao before, many great monarchs had researched this matter. It was unlikely that Ning Qi could use the same skill again. Such a thing could only happen once, but it wouldn't happen again. Otherwise, what was the point of their years of cultivation? Do I need to be afraid of a mere young master of the true void divine religion? Ning Qi smiled. As soon as the words were spoken, not only did Su Tong's group of three have a slight change of expression, even the martial monarchs of the various factions wore strange expressions. Even some of the experienced experts of the divine sects didn't dare to speak so arrogantly in front of Su Tong. In the vast immemorial land, there weren't many 8th Revolution martial monarchs, let alone the young master of the true void divine sect, one of the divine sects? This kid is too arrogant. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. Bu Qingshao died in his hands. Anyone would have the confidence to send a rank 8 great monarch to reincarnation. Bu Qingshao? I wonder what trick he used. He was only a rank 1 great monarch back then, right? This won't happen again. He might have obtained some fortuitous encounter from the ancient era. Using it once is already his limit. Not necessarily. If it were you, would you dare to take the risk? We are already old. Let the younger generation fight for this. I have no enmity with him. Why would I make him my enemy for no reason? Su Tong and the others have the title of immemorial geniuses, but this new great monarch has stolen their limelight. It's only natural for us to fight for it. A mere young master of the true void divine religion. Su Tong was so angry that he laughed. However, for the sake of Vice Sect leader Yun, he didn't say anything too harsh. He only sneered, "You sound so disdainful about my identity. All the more reason to fight me." "Forget it." Ning Qi waved his hand. "You're not my opponent." The young master of the Magic Light Academy suddenly took a step forward and said coldly to Ning Qi, "Elder Wu, then let me spar with you." "You aren't my opponent either." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Both of them are no match for you? Then am I your opponent?" Do Qianfan frowned and said with a cold expression. When Ning Qi insulted Su Tong, it was the same as insulting them. Originally, they only wanted to exchange pointers and see Ning Qi's true strength. At that time, when the burial grounds opened, they would also have a plan. They didn't want to directly become enemies with Ning Qi. But now, it seemed like they understood why the Big Dipper sect would fight with Ning Qi. "You aren't my opponent either." Ning Qi smiled. Therefore, many great emperors thought that Ning Qi was afraid. They were certain that he couldn't kill Bu Qingshao a second time. "Third Elder, this kid is just SOSO. If he hadn't been beaten to death by Su Tong and the others and entered the Forbidden Bone Burial Land, I would have definitely killed him." Shi Lung's heart was filled with confidence. As long as Ning Qi didn't kill Bu Qingshao, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take revenge with the trump card that Su Qingqiu gave him. "I heard that Elder Wu of Moon Elephant Sect is only a second or third revolution Great Emperor. It's reasonable that he didn't exchange pointers with Su Tong and the others. But if he kept a low profile, Su Tong and the others wouldn't have forced him." "That's right. Now that Su Tong and the others are angry, there will definitely be a battle today. There's still more than a year before the burial grounds opens. The Divine Sect's sect master isn't here. Su Tong and the others are already considered top-notch. Only Vice Sect Master Yun of Moon Elephant Sect can fight them. I wonder if she will take action because of this kid." The other Divine Sect Great Emperors who didn't participate in this matter looked at Ning Qi with interest. You're afraid indeed. Elder Wu who killed Bu Qingshao is only SOSO. Su Tong suddenly smiled and said to the other two, "Forget it, there's no need to force him. Once the burial grounds opens, we'll know." Meng Long and Do Qianfan smiled and turned to leave. At this moment, a tyrannical aura suddenly came from afar. Everyone looked into the distance and saw 3 black dots approaching at an extremely fast speed. When the 3 black dots appeared less than a mile away from the crowd, many great emperors gasped on the spot. Vice Sect Master Yun and the others had a sudden change of expression. They then secretly looked at Ning Qi. "The Qilin clan is here too?" Xianyuan Lin was slightly stunned, then he gritted his teeth. There must be a King Qilin among the counselors of the Supreme Saint Council. This meant that the Qilin clan was definitely related to the annihilation of Xianyuan Immortal Sect. There were 3 Qilins in total. The leading Qilin was extremely huge. The scales on its body were light blue and it gave off a faint chill. The other 2 Qilins were emitting a scorching aura. Their eyes were like 2 balls of fire as they slowly scanned the great emperors present. The leading Qilin had the strongest aura. It was slightly stronger than Su Tong and the others. It was highly likely to be a 9th transformation Great Emperor. The other 2 Qilins had weaker auras, but they were on par with Su Tong and the others. Venerable Ice? Many great emperors recognized the Qilin in the lead. Even the Demon Aspect Sect, which had been silent all this while, flew out 2 figures. One was Kong Shan, whom Ning Qi had seen before. The other person was 10 feet tall, with purple skin and an extremely cold expression. He might be the one that Bloodless Blade had mentioned. His cultivation was similar to Kong Shan's, and their auras were similar. Su Tong and the others couldn't care less about Ning Qi. They all soared into the sky and appeared in front of the strongest Qilin. Elder Wu, that seems to be the famous Venerable Ice of the Qilin clan. His cultivation is not weaker than our sect master. He might even be stronger. You have to be careful this time. Bloodless Blade secretly transmitted his voice. He couldn't hide the worry on his face. He didn't know if the Qilin clan would implicate the Moon Elephant sect because of this. Venerable Ice? A ninth transformation Great Emperor Qilin? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. He might have to go to the divine realm of creation to lie low in front of everyone. With his current strength, he might have a chance against a 8th transformation Great Emperor. If he were to go against a 9th transformation Great Emperor, there was almost no chance of victory. However, going to the divine realm of creation to lie low was his last resort. Before that, he wanted to see if there would be any reaction from the burial grounds to what had happened in the outside world. He wanted to see if the capital Moon Sect Master, whom he had never met before, had any intention of interfering in this matter. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 3963. Greetings, Venerable Lord Ice. With Kong Shan and the rest taking the lead, all the great emperors present bowed in unison. The Qilin clan was one of the top clans in Shenluo world. They even had the king of Qilin, a 7th step cultivator. Therefore, even though they were of extraordinary birth, they did not dare to be arrogant. Moreover, this was a famous powerhouse of the Qilin clan. Other than the 13 sect masters in the burial site, none of the great emperors present were as powerful as Venerable Lord Ice. Venerable Lord Ice nodded lightly. His gaze swept across Kong Shan and the rest. Whether it was Su Tong, Meng Long, or Do Qianfan, they were no different from the other cultivators in his eyes. His gaze only lingered on the face of an extremely good-looking monk from the Mountain Sea Temple and the purple-skinned man beside Kong Shan. This monk's cultivation base is also very strong. He has only cultivated for 3,000 years? He's probably on the verge of becoming a 9th transformation Great Emperor. Ning Qi glanced at the monk from the Mountain Sea Temple. The other party's attributes were no secret to Ning Qi. Duoyu? Superfluous? Interesting. As for the purple-skinned man from the Devil Aspects sect, Ning Qi was surprised. His attributes showed that he had the bloodline of the Titan clan, not the human clan. The name Huang Shenba implied that his parents knew that his future would not be simple the moment he was born. Venerable Lord Ice, may I know why the three of you are here today? Instead of Kong Shan, it was Huang Shenba who spoke first. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He did not seem to be fawning over the other party just because they were from the Qilin clan. This attitude was similar to that of Monk Duoyu from the Mountain Sea Temple. The young master of the True Void Church, the young master of the Magic Light Academy, and the young master of the Stainless Sect were slightly inferior. This was because when the three of them faced Venerable Lord Ice, their emotions could still be detected by the other great emperors. Don't worry, the Qilin clan has no interest in your burial site and has no intention of getting involved. There are countless ancient immortal sect sites like this in the Qilin clan. Venerable Lord Ice said coldly. From his tone, it was as if he could tell what Huang Shenba was implying. When everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If the Qilin clan wanted to encroach on this place, then the 13 divine sects' many years of painstaking efforts would be wasted. I'm here to look for a human. He should be here. Venerable Lord Ice frowned slightly as his gaze scanned the surroundings. Everyone could feel a divine sense aura sweeping past them. Seeing that Venerable Lord Ice was here to look for a human, Su Tong and the rest were shocked. Could it be that some blind human cultivator had offended the Qilin clan, and now the Qilin clan was here to punish him? Only the Moon Elephant sect knew the reason for Venerable Lord Ice's visit. However, perhaps because the Fire Qilin had entered the creation divine realm, Ning Qi's symbiotic aura could not be captured. Venerable Lord Ice could not locate Ning Qi at that moment. I wonder who is the human that Venerable Lord Ice is looking for? What is his name? If he's here, I can capture him for Venerable Lord Ice. Su Tong said with a hint of flattery in his tone. I only know that this person is the great Emperor of Moon Elephant Sect. Venerable Lord Ice spoke slowly. Moon Elephant Sect? Everyone looked towards Vice Sect leader Yun in unison, realization dawning on them. No wonder the people of Moon Elephant Sect did not dare to greet Venerable Lord Ice. They were guilty. Over at Beidou Sect, Su Qingqiu and the other great emperors were gloating. Although they did not know which great emperor of Moon Elephant Sect had offended the Qilin clan, as long as something happened to Moon Elephant Sect, Beidou Sect should be happy. You are the cultivators of Moon Elephant Sect? Venerable Lord Ice moved and appeared above Ning Qi and the rest, looking down from above. The two fire Qilins that followed him came to the sides of the ferry boat as well, as if to prevent someone from escaping. Isn't the Qilin clan too exaggerated? Even the cultivators of Moon Elephant Sect don't recognize him? It's not exaggerated. Based on the current situation, the 13 divine sects are nothing to the Qilin clan. Many of the great emperors criticized silently. However, most of their attention was focused on Ning Qi and the rest. They were curious. Which great emperor was Venerable Lord Ice coming all the way here for? There's no need to look. The person you're looking for is me. Ning Qi said faintly. It's him? The expressions of Su Tong and the rest changed slightly. Even Emperor Shenba and Monk Duyu took a few more glances at Ning Qi. Su Qingqiu was a little surprised, but it was followed by excitement. Shi Ling, who was standing beside him, clenched his fists subconsciously as he stared at Ning Qi with a menacing smile. Third Elder, I knew that with this person's personality, he would definitely bring disaster upon himself. Don't be too happy yet, we still don't know what's going on. Su Qingqiu reminded him telepathically. It's you? You're the human who has signed the contract with the Qilin clan? Venerable Lord Ice's aura surged like waves, sending chills down the spines of the great emperors. It was only now that they truly knew how powerful the Qilin clan was. As Kong Shan and the rest often came into contact with the sect leaders of the divine sects, they felt that the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects might even be weaker than Venerable Lord Ice. Then, what shocked everyone even more was what Venerable Lord Ice had said. Life and death contract. This person had actually signed a life and death contract with the Qilin clan? In other words, he had a Qilin as a spiritual beast? For a moment, everyone's thoughts were running wild. Many of the great emperors glanced at Su Tong and the rest. These three fellows were just about to spar with each other, who knew that a powerful cultivator from the Qilin clan had come specifically for them. Su Tong and the rest exchanged a look of shock, then felt a sense of relief. If they had really sparred with Ning Qi and Ning Qi had summoned a Qilin, should they have attacked or not? They were in a dilemma. Luckily. Yes, it's me. Didn't you follow King Qilin's orders to capture us and bring us back to the Qilin ancestral land? Why don't you even know what I look like? Is this how you do things? Ning Qi laughed. Venerable Lord Ice's expression darkened when he heard that, but his aura remained at its peak. He did not choose to make a move, obviously fearful of something. Where's the Qilin that you've signed a contract with? Where is it? I don't know, go find it yourself. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked. Was this kid not afraid of the wrath of the Qilin clan? Even a 9th transformation great emperor would not dare to be so casual when facing Venerable Lord Ice. You're courting death. Venerable Lord Ice's aura was raised to its peak, giving off a feeling that he would attack at any time. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and said to Venerable Lord Ice, I'm the only one who can kill him. Azure Dragon? Huang Shenba frowned. Su Tong and the rest were shocked when they saw the newcomer. Why was there a Qilin and now a Azure Dragon? What was the background of this new great emperor of the Moon Elephant sect? Was he still looking for the dragon-slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. =. Chapter 3964. Azure Dragon, what are you doing here? Venerable Lord Ice's gaze finally changed slightly. There was a hint of fear in his gaze as he looked at Azure Dragon. It was obvious that in his eyes, Azure Dragon was much more important than Emperor Shenba, Kong Shan, and the rest. I've said it before. Only I can take this person's life. Azure Dragon glanced at Ning Qi lightly. Vice Sect Leader Yun and the rest had ugly expressions. Qilin and Azure Dragon. The opening of the burial site this time would probably cause trouble. They could only pin all their hopes on Duyu. Him. Venerable Lord Ice glanced at Ning Qi and asked with a strange expression, "What grudge do you have with him? Can he compare to the enslaving Qilin? Enslaving the Qilin?" Enslaving the Qilin, Azure Dragon's expression was complicated. Although he knew that Ning Qi would always surprise him, he had not expected that in this lifetime, he would directly become enemies with the Qilin clan. If he had not met Ning Qi personally and learned of this, he would have ignored it and let the Qilin clan settle it for him. With Ning Qi, it would save him some effort. However, since Azure Dragon had already made up his mind to kill Ning Qi and eliminate the inner demon in his heart, he would not give Ning Qi's life, they would simply give it to the Qilin clan. Although the grudge between us cannot compare to the enslavement of the Qilin, this time, no matter what, I must kill this brat with my own hands. Venerable Lord Ice, you don't have to fight with me for this. Azure Dragon said in a low voice. Many great emperors were dumbfounded that things had come to this. On one side was the powerful Venerable Lord Ice of the Qilin clan, and on the other side was the young clan leader of the Azure Dragon clan. Although the Azure Dragon clan was weaker than the Qilin clan, but Azure Dragon's seniority were higher than anyone else here. Azure Dragon's seniority were higher than any of the people present. Even Venerable Lord Ice was a generation or two lower than Azure Dragon. He's just a newly ascended great emperor. Why would he have enmity with Azure Dragon? Where did he come from? Could it be that his sect has enmity with the Azure Dragon clan? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze, their hearts filled with confusion. Only Shi Lung and Su Qingqiu, who could not wait for Ning Qi to be chopped into minced meat, were secretly delighted. Shi Lung looked at Ning Qi as though he was looking at a dead man. First it was the Qilin clan, then it was the Azure Dragon clan. This time, no matter what, you are dead for sure. No one can save you, including that woman Du Yu. Shi Lung laughed out loud in his heart. At the same time, he glanced at Vice Sect Master Yun, and a trace of ferocity flashed across the depths of his eyes. He was secretly wondering if he could use it. He wanted to use some tricks so that the Qilin clan and Azure Dragon clan wouldn't just deal with Ning Qi alone, but also drag Vice Sect Master Yun and the others into it. In this way, the thorn that had been buried in his heart for many years would be completely removed. For his cultivation, perhaps it would not be a problem at all. There were great benefits. How dare you? How can the enmity between you and him be greater than the enmity of enslaving the Qilin? I have come here today to serve the Qilin. The king has ordered me to capture him back to the clan. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding the old Dragon King and killing you here. Venerable Lord Ice shouted. You think I'm afraid of you? Azure Dragon sneered. Give it a try. Venerable Lord Ice scoffed. After that, the two of them didn't say anything and just stood in midair. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little stiff. Many great emperors could tell that Azure Dragon was very afraid of Venerable Lord Ice. Similarly, Venerable Lord Ice didn't seem to be willing to fight with Azure Dragon. As such, they restrained each other, and no one dared to make the first move. Azure Dragon, if you want to kill me, you'd better chase these 3 Cheelants away first. Their Cheelan king saw that my spirit beast also has the qualifications to become a Cheelan king. Now, he's afraid and wants to silence me. I heard that the Cheelan clan is the top of the Shunluo world. It seems that they're just SOSO. Ning Chi's voice suddenly rang. Had the qualifications to become a Cheelan king? Everyone's expression changed. Venerable Lord Ice stared at Ning Chi after Ning Chi spoke, but he didn't make a move. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, my spiritual beast will also die. Then your old Cheelan king, in order to get rid of dissidents, then your old Cheelan king's name of bullying the weak will be born. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Without waiting for Venerable Lord Ice to speak, Ning Chi looked at Azure Dragon. And you, even if Venerable Lord Ice isn't here today, do you dare to make a move? Kill me now? Why not? Azure Dragon frowned. You don't dare. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. Because you're afraid that I have a backup plan, just like when I was in the Ancient Star Pavilion. It's like I'm suppressing you. You, Azure Dragon, seemed to have thought of something and his expression turned ugly. Ancient Star Pavilion? The expressions of the great emperors present became even weirder. They finally knew that Ning Chi was from the Ancient Star Pavilion. In ancient times, the Ancient Star Pavilion was not weaker than the current 13 divine sects. It was just that a few extremely powerful pavilion masters died mysteriously, which eventually led to the decline of the Ancient Star Pavilion. Decline. At this moment, more and more figures shot out from the burial ruins like lightning. 1, 2, 3 Finally, 13 existences with the aura of Great Emperor rank 9 appeared in front of everyone. The great emperors of the various divine sects seeing this, they all went forward to greet their great emperors. Sect Master, the one from Moon Elephant Sect is here. Su Qingqiu transmitted a message. Hong Yinxiao, who had silver hair and an extremely handsome face, glanced at Ning Chi and transmitted a message. This time, the bone burial ruins is the most important. Don't cause too much trouble. Let's talk about Bu Qingxiao after this matter is over. Su Qingqiu was slightly startled, then nodded in agreement. Sect Master, you're finally out. This is Elder Wu, the new great emperor of our Moon Elephant Sect. He Vice Sect Master Yun immediately came to Du Yu, but before he could finish, Du Yu had already waved his hand. I'm almost aware of the matter. Du Yu glanced at Ning Chi before his gaze finally landed on Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice. He said in a low voice, both of you, the burial site. The 13 divine sects have been planning for many years. Now that the bone burial ruins is about to open, you two suddenly came here. Isn't this against the rules? Du Yu Sect Master, I'm here for this lad. Venerable Ice looked at Ning Chi. He enslaved the Cheelan clan. His sin is unforgivable. I'm here for this lad too. Azure Dragon said lightly. Both of you are here for him, there has to be a showdown. However, with your abilities, one of you will definitely be seriously injured. Furthermore, it will affect the bone burial ruins. The 13 divine sect masters will definitely not allow this to happen. Let me make a suggestion, after the bone burial ruins is over, you guys can decide who's better. Whoever wins will take him away. Du Yu said lightly. Vice Sect Master Yun's expression changed slightly. Sect Master? I have my own decision. Du Yu waved his hand, stopping Vice Sect Master Yun from speaking. He looked at Ning Chi. The bone burial ruins is not over yet. Before, you are still an elder of our Moon Elephant Sect. Whoever attacks you now will be the enemy of the 13 divine sects. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, read without waiting. == Chapter 3965. Venerable Lord Ice and Azure Dragon's expressions changed slightly when they heard Du Yu's words. Even a fool could tell that Du Yu was protecting Ning Qi in his words. They weren't afraid of becoming enemies with the 13 divine sects. However, if they were to be surrounded by 13 ninth transformation great emperors, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Most importantly, as long as the 13 divine sects reported the situation to the Holy Saint Assembly and said that the Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice had disrupted their exploration of the burial site, they would be in the right. Be it the Azure Dragon clan or the Qilin clan, they would not be able to take revenge on the divine sect openly. Du Yu, he has enslaved my Qilin clan. Venerable Lord Ice said in a low voice. I've said it before. Once this matter is over, I won't interfere in your grudges. Du Yu said lightly. Venerable Lord Ice's gaze swept across Hong Yinshao and the other 11 sect masters. He realized that the 13 sects were still very united at this moment. All right, once this matter is settled, I will personally capture him back to the clan. At that time, I hope that the Capital Moon sect leader will not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, my Qilin clan will definitely attack you and destroy your Moon Elephant sect. Venerable Lord Ice glanced at Ning Qi coldly after he finished speaking and turned to leave with the 2 fire Qilins. Don't go. Let's see who's better. I'll be the one to kill him. The Azure Dragon rose into the air and chased after Venerable Lord Ice. Azure Dragon also knew that there was no chance to kill Ning Qi now that he had the protection of a master of the 13 divine sects. He could only wait until the bone burial site opened and find a chance to sneak in and kill Ning Qi openly. Only then would he be able to get rid of his inner demons. The bone burial site is about to open. If you can't find a fortuitous encounter in there, I won't be able to protect you. Du Yu looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently. Thank you, Sovereign. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Du Yu nodded slightly and entered the bone burial site once again. The other sect leaders also gave some instructions to their subordinates before entering the bone burial site once again. Only Hong Yinshao didn't say anything to Su Qingqiu, nor did he look at Shi Lung and the rest. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi. Under his silver bangs, a trace of coldness could be seen. I heard that you killed Bu Qingxiao? Hong Yinshao said lightly. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Ning Qi smiled. A Grand Rank 8 Emperor was killed by a new Emperor and sent into reincarnation. Logically speaking, I will not interfere in this matter. However, since both the Azure Dragon and Qilin want to kill you, your life is also in danger. This will save me some effort. Hong Yinshao smiled faintly. Many of the female great emperors looked surprised. Then, Hong Yinshao flew into the burial ground and disappeared. Things seemed to have come to an end. Most of the great emperors looked at Ning Qi with a weird gaze before they turned around and left. They didn't want to be too close to Moon Elephant sect. Su Tong, Meng Long, and Dou Qianfan looked at each other and turned to leave expressionlessly. They no longer wanted to test Ning Qi's skills. Perhaps, after what had happened to Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice, they no longer dared to fight Ning Qi so easily. Killing Bu Qingxiao was an exception, but the arrival of Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice was out of everyone's expectation. Those who were targeted by the two at the same time basically had some tricks up their sleeve. They didn't dare to take the risk. Instead, it was Huang Shenba who came before Ning Qi and exchanged a few words with him. Under Kong Shan's urging, he returned to the Demon Aspect Sect's ferry boat. Then, the ferry boat flew up into the sky and pulled away from the Moon Form sect. Ba, Benefactor Wu seems to be fated with Buddha. Monk Duo Yu stepped on a lotus and came to Ning Qi. He placed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, he looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others were surprised when they saw this. They glanced at Monk Duoyu strangely. Could it be that this monk wanted to seduce their elder Wu to meditate? Someone in my family is a monk too. Therefore, you are right to say that I am fated with Buddha. Ning-Chi smiled. I see. Vice sect leader Yun and the others had a look of realization in their eyes. Monk Duoyu frowned and shook his head. No, something is wrong. What's wrong? Ning-Chi smiled faintly. Everything is wrong. Monk Duoyu placed his palms together. Benefactor Wu, if you are not dead after this, you can come to Mountain Sea Temple as a guest. How can you say that? Bloodless Blade muttered softly. Monk Duoyu looked at him and was not angry. He nodded at Ning-Chi and turned to leave. Elder Wu, why don't you not participate in the opening of the burial grounds this time? Leave this place quickly while Azure Dragon and Venerable Ice have left. They should not be able to find you in a short period of time. I will ask the Holy Assembly again. With your identity as a boundless cultivator, there will definitely be people in the assembly who will stand up for you. Vice sect leader Yun sent a voice transmission with a solemn expression. Retreat? Ning-Chi smiled and shook his head. To me, there is no retreat anymore. Let nature take its course. I am born with a tough life. Azure Dragon has killed me many times, and now they still fear me. So what if it is the Qilin clan? If I don't want to die, even King Qilin cannot kill me. Even King Qilin cannot kill you? Vice sect leader Yun looked at Ning-Chi strangely. This was the biggest boast she had heard in recent years. Thinking of Ning-Chi's current situation, Vice sect leader Yun understood. If it was her, facing the conflict between the Azure Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, her heart would be in a mess. Elder Wu, are you sure you want to stay? Vice sect leader Yun asked in a low voice. Of course. Ning-Chi nodded lightly. He had waited for nearly 20 years just for the opening of the burial ground. How could he choose to leave this place because of these external forces? Whether he found the godhoods or not, Ning-Chi would head directly to the creation's celestial realm. He would not return to the Shunluo world until he had completed the 9 revolutions of a great emperor. Time passed day by day. The cultivators of Tyli land also discovered that there were many more terrifying great emperors at the burial ground. However, when those ordinary forces saw the flags of the 13 divine sects, they immediately retreated tens of thousands of miles away. They did not dare to approach this place at all. They could only speculate that something big might have happened at the burial grounds. Finally, one day, everyone gradually discovered that the thick fog in the burial grounds began to dissipate. With the eyesight of a great emperor, they could easily see things within a range of thousands of feet. Pieces of ruins appeared in front of everyone. When Xianyuan Lin, who was standing behind Ning-Chi, saw this scene, his eyes could not help but turn slightly red. Once upon a time, there was a shocking sect standing on these ruins. The entire Tyli land had to listen to its orders. Now that many years had passed, the powerful sect of the past had disappeared, leaving only this slightly desolate place. Chapter 3966. So this is what the legendary Xianyuan celestial sect looks like. Look at that statue. Its upper body is broken and only its feet are left, but it is thousands of meters high and emits an oppressive aura. Before it was destroyed, it was probably the formation eye that could kill great emperors. A great emperor sighed. The place he was pointing at was dozens of miles away from the crowd. They could see 2 statues that looked like feet from afar. Although they were far away, they could still make the cultivators below the 3rd revolution of the great emperor realm tremble. Xianyuan celestial sects 9 in 1 immortal slaughtering formation. Xianyuan Lin murmured to Ning-Chi. When Vice sect leader Yun and the others heard this, they glanced at him in surprise. They didn't know anything about the 9 return to 1 immortal slaying formation, but they thought that Xianyuan Lin had mistaken the scene before him for something he had experienced before. Only Ning-Chi knew that Xianyuan Lin was the son of the cultivator at the 7th step of the Xianyuan celestial sect. Therefore, they had to treat everything he said with caution. Is the 9-in-1 immortal slaughtering formation very powerful? Ningqi asked. Powerful, very powerful. When this formation is fully activated, it can kill 99 9-revolution emperors in a short period of time. It's extremely powerful, but I've never activated it fully since I was a child. But now it seems that the immortal slaying formation has not only been fully activated, but also destroyed. 99 immortal slaying giants, which were refined with the 9 heavens fairy fire, the essence of the sun, and other precious materials, were destroyed, leaving only half of them. Xianyuan Lin clenched his fists and then loosened them. What had happened could not go back to the past. Now he only hoped that there was still some hope left in the Xianyuan Immortal School to help him take revenge. Fully activated, it can kill 99 9-revolution great emperors in a short period of time? The power of this formation must have surpassed the top chaotic supreme treasure, right? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, Xianyuan Lin's voice rang in his ears. Boss, I have the mnemonic to activate the 9-in-1 immortal slaughtering formation. Although the half of the immortal slaughtering giant has been destroyed, the remaining 2 legs still have some power. Xianyuan Lin then told Ningqi the mnemonic he knew. A strange expression flashed across Ningqi's face, and he silently thought for a while. As a result, he found that there was a special fluctuation coming from the stump of the statue in the distance. Xianyuan Lin was right. The 9-in-1 immortal slaying array could still be activated, but he didn't know how powerful the remaining 2 legs were. So. Hong Yinshao, Du Yu, and the other sect leaders of the 13 divine sects broke through the sky and stood in the void. The other 12 people did not speak. Only the sect leader of the Demon Face sect, who was ranked first among the 13 divine sects, a middle-aged cultivator with a long beard who gave off a scholarly aura, spoke slowly. His voice reverberated within a radius of a few hundred miles. The resentment in the ruins of the Xianyuan immortal sect has almost dissipated, but there is still a trace of resentment left in some places. Ordinary great emperors will easily be possessed by the resentment. In addition, there are still a lot of formations and traps left in the ruins of the Xianyuan immortal sect. If you enter this place, you must be careful at every step. Otherwise, you will be destroyed. After saying this, he looked around at the forces that did not belong to the 13 divine sects and said lightly, "This place originally belonged to the 13 divine sects, but there is another cave inside with a vast territory. Maybe there are some opportunities left there. If you dare to enter this place, you can also enter, but only great emperors." What? Hearing this, the great emperors of the 13 divine sects showed a trace of surprise on their faces. How could they allow other forces to enter such a good place? Sharing the opportunities with others for nothing? Seeing this, the great emperors who came to try their luck showed a trace of joy on their faces, and their minds immediately became active. Kong Shan looked at his sect leader in shock. In the end, he realized that the sect leaders of the other divine sects seemed to have the same attitude towards this. They all allowed other forces to enter the burial site and take a share of the profit. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Not only did they allow the great emperors of their own divine sects to enter this place, but they also allowed the great emperors of other forces to enter the burial site. I'm afraid they have other motives. The key to their motive should be the number of great emperors. Obviously, the more the better. A hint of contemplation flashed in Ningqi's eyes. Not only did he notice this, but many great emperors, including the ordinary great emperors of other forces, also noticed this point. However, they did not dwell on it. As long as they were allowed to enter the burial site, it was already a pleasant surprise. They did not care about what the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were thinking. If they could obtain the opportunities, it would belong to them. Who could take it away from them? The great emperors looked at each other and tacitly looked away. "All right, you can enter." The sect leader of Demonic Face sect swept his gaze across and said faintly. Hearing this, Kong Shan immediately soared into the sky and rushed into the burial site with Huang Shenba and other great emperors of Demonic Face sect. The other great emperors of other divine sects followed suit, afraid that they would be one step behind. When the first great emperor who did not belong to the 13 divine sects entered the burial site, the other great emperors of other forces also rushed into the burial site. However, compared to the 13 divine sects, they seemed to be relatively weak. Basically, they were all alone. As soon as they left, many juniors in the 5th and 4th step were left looking at each other in dismay. Brother Wu, please consider my suggestion. Vice sect leader Yun looked at Ning Qi and persuaded him again. Then, he led vice sect leader Shui, Bloodless Blade and other great emperors of Moon Elephant sect into the burial site. Very soon, other than the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects, there were less than 3 to 5 great emperors left outside the burial site. Boss, it seems that I can't go in. This ring is for you. I will wait for you outside. It is a treasure of chaos and it comes from Xianyuan Immortal Sect. With it, your safety in Xianyuan Immortal Sect will be guaranteed. Xianyuan Lin glanced at Du Yu and the others, took off the ring and passed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took the ring and didn't check it carefully. With a thought, he put it into the space bag. The aura of the ring was a little strange. If he checked it now, he would inevitably attract the attention of Du Yu and the others. Patting Xianyuan Lin's shoulder gently, Ning Qi smiled and said, "It's not safe to wait for me here. I will send you somewhere." Soon, Ning Qi and Xianyuan Lin disappeared from the spot. Hong Yinshao looked at the spot where Ning Qi had been standing and looked at Du Yu and the others in surprise. What kind of escape skill did he use? In less than half a second, Ning Qi, who had disappeared, appeared in the same spot again and flew into the burial site. Wait, what is the origin of that skill? Hong Yinshao frowned. The other divine sect masters were also curious. To be able to disappear without a trace right under their noses, this was a little thought-provoking. Go in. Unexpectedly, Du waved his hand at Ning Qi and looked at Hong Yinshao. It is taboo to ask others about their skills. Then I won't ask. Hong Yinshao nodded casually. Upon seeing this, Ning Qi smiled at Du Yu and rushed into the bone burial site. Chapter 3967. As soon as he entered the burial site, Ning Qi suddenly felt his body freeze, and even his speed slowed down. There seemed to be an invisible pressure here that was suppressing his strength. Could this pressure be the resentment of the cultivators from Xianyuan Immortal Sect who died here? Ning Qi thought to himself. He felt that his strength had been suppressed to below the 6th step, which was equivalent to the Eternal Realm. If the resentment was at its peak, wouldn't ordinary great emperors be suppressed to the 4th step if they entered this place? They might even be at the 3rd step. I wonder where the Godhead is. Ning Qi looked around and saw many cultivators standing under the broken limbs of the immortal Slayer giant. He moved slightly and flew over. Since he didn't have an accurate destination, he could only use the stupidest method, which was to dig 3 feet into the ground. He couldn't let go of even an inch or a foot. This statue should have some background, but only its legs are left. It might be crippled. There are no other mysteries here. Why don't we look for opportunities in other places? Kong Shan said overbearingly to Emperor Shenba. The great emperors of Demon Aspect sect stood behind the two of them, looking like they were following their lead. Obviously, Emperor Shenba and Kong Shan were the core of Demon Aspect sect's expedition into the burial site. The other great emperors of divine sects also stood scattered around, including those great emperors who didn't belong to the 13 divine sects. After all, this broken statue was the first place they saw that might have opportunities after entering this place. It was inevitable that they wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't search it before leaving. This statue is not ordinary. Let's observe it more. Emperor Shenba shook his head slightly and used his divine will to scan the broken limbs of the statue. Su Tong, Meng Long, Do Qianfan, Monk Duyu of Mountain Sea Temple, Su Qingqiu of Bei Do Sect, and the others were also using their divine will to observe the statue. Seeing Ning Qi appear, Vice Sect Leader Yun sighed softly in his heart. You came after all. Maybe I can find opportunities in here that will allow me to fight against Green Dragon and Venerable Ice. Ning Qi smiled. Vice Sect Leader Yun was slightly stunned. She then closed her eyes and continued to examine the broken pieces of the statue. In her opinion, it was very unlikely for Ning Qi to obtain the opportunity in here. Putting aside the fact that the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects had been here for many years, there were more than 100 great emperors who had entered this place. Among them, there were many experts like Huang Shenba. Even if there was an opportunity, it was unlikely that Ning Qi would be able to obtain it. Ning Qi realized that when he chanted the incantation in his heart, the fluctuations on the statue's broken limbs became more and more obvious. It seemed that as long as he chanted the complete incantation, he could immediately control the statue. Outside the burial site, Hong Yinshao and the others couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw everyone staying near the statue's remains. In its heyday, this immortal slaying giant was as powerful as a 9th revolution great emperor like us. I heard that there were 99 immortal slaying giants in the heyday of Xianyuan Immortal School. Each of them contained the great Tao pattern of a chaos supreme treasure and was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this immortal slaying giant has been destroyed, and there is no power left in it. The person who spoke was the Dean of Magic Light Academy. Du Yu, Hong Yinshao, and the others nodded slightly. He was right. When the 13 of them first entered the burial site, they had already checked the remains of the immortal slaying giant and confirmed that there was no power left in it. If there is really someone among this group of great emperors who can obtain the recognition of the source, then according to the rules, the great emperor of the sect who obtains the source will belong to that sect. As for the great emperors of other forces, we will have to rely on our own abilities. Hong Yinshao said lightly. Fellow Hong, since we have set the rules, we will not break them. A bald old monk smiled and nodded. He was the abbot of Mountain Sea Temple, and also the master of Monk Duoyu. His aura was thick and even slightly stronger than Hong Yinshao's. However, among the 13 of them, the one with the strongest cultivation and closest to the 7th step should be the sect master of Demon Aspect Sect. He just stood quietly in the void, but he gave off a feeling that no one dared to look at him directly. After a few dozen breaths, everyone opened their eyes. They found that there was indeed no opportunity hidden in the statue. Even Huang Shenba couldn't help but shake his head and prepared to leave. You still dare to enter this place? Su Tong, the young master of True Void Sect, was just about to leave when he saw Ning Qi. He shouted coldly at Ning Qi. Meng Long, the young master of Magic Light Academy, Do Qianfan of Stainless Sect, Huang Shenba of Demon Aspect Sect, Monk Duo Yu of Mountain Sea Temple, Su Qingqiu and Shi Lung of Big Dipper Sect. Everyone's attention was attracted by the shout and they all looked towards Ning Qi. Vice Sect Master Shui and the rest had a slight change in expression. They could sense a trace of malice from Su Tong. He was likely to make use of this opportunity to make Moon Elephant Sect suffer heavy casualties. I don't know what method you used to make Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice so fearful of you. However, they didn't kill you because the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were present. Since you dared to enter the burial site, shouldn't we continue with our previous duel? Meng Long said faintly. One-on-one, we won't gang up on you. Do Qianfan said coldly. We came here in search of opportunities. Since we haven't found any, there's no need to fight. Vice Sect Master Yun frowned. That's a different matter. I challenged him fairly, and your Moon Elephant sect intends to stop me? Then it might not be a one-on-one. Do Qianfan smiled faintly. The great emperors of the Stainless sect laughed when they heard this. They looked at the people of Moon Elephant sect with a hint of fighting spirit in their eyes. It was the same for the people of the Vacuum God cult and the Magic Light Academy. Vice Sect Master Yun, they want to make use of this opportunity to join forces with the three sects to deal with Moon Elephant sect. Vice Sect Master Shui transmitted his voice to Vice Sect Master Yun. I know. Vice Sect Leader Yun nodded slightly with a troubled look on his face. If he were to protect Ningqi, he might cause Moon Elephant sect to be besieged. If he were to not protect Ningqi, since you want to spar with me, come on then. Ningqi smiled and flew to Do Qianfan. He said to the people around him, "Make way. Your opponent this time is me." Su Tong's eyes lit up. He flew forward and smiled at Do Qianfan. "Brother Do, how about giving this opportunity to me first?" "All right." Do Qianfan thought for a few breaths, nodded slightly and retreated to the side. Soon, there was an empty space in the surroundings for Ningqi and Su Tong to duel. Su Tong looked at Ningqi and said with a smile, "Elder Wu, I know your cultivation is not as good as mine. But you should have noticed that everyone's cultivation has been suppressed here. You should only have the strength of the imperishable realm, while I have the strength of a first revolution great emperor. But I will suppress my strength and fight you with the same cultivation as you. Let's cut the nonsense. Make your move." Chapter 3968. Su Tong's aura gradually weakened. In the end, he suppressed his strength to the same level as Ningqi. Many people couldn't help but praise him. The magical techniques of the Church of the True Void are extraordinary. "Elder Wu, are you ready?" Su Tong heard the compliments and his eyes flashed with pride. "Ready for what?" Ningqi yawned. "I'm a little tired. Let's end this battle quickly." Su Tong's expression changed. He was the young master of the True Void sect, and he was about to spar with a new great emperor. How dare he treat him with such an attitude? He was purposely humiliating him in front of the other great emperors. "All right, let me see how capable you are to be Azure Dragon's opponent." Su Tong sneered. In the next moment, a special formation suddenly appeared beneath his feet. With him as the center, it was densely packed. With him as the center, densely packed lines swept in all directions. The aura of the array became more and more terrifying. But everyone was sure that Su Tong had only used the strength of an eternal realm. He didn't go back on his words. This seems to be the blood-devouring array of vacuum ghosts. Some great emperors who didn't belong to the 13 divine sects had their eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have the chance to see they wouldn't have had the chance to see Su Tong. Roar. Terrifying faces suddenly appeared in the array. Those great emperors who knew the origin of this array were a little puzzled. Strange, these faces were basically the experts of the various races that had died in Su Tong's hands. With just a casual glance, they could tell that there were more than 10,000 faces in the array. This array is extremely powerful. Elder Wu hasn't learned any spells of our Moon Elephant sect. I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with it. Vice Sect Leader Shui said solemnly. The blood-devouring array of vacuum ghosts requires constant killing to strengthen its power. Su Tong's hands are stained with blood. I've heard that the True Void God cult leader's True Void myriad ghosts devouring formation has millions of ghost faces. I wonder if it's true. Bloodless Blade's eyes were filled with worry. Elder Wu is the reincarnation of an expert. He should have a way to deal with this array. There's no need to worry too much. Otherwise, Azure Dragon wouldn't have been scared away with just a few words. Vice Sect Master Yun, on the other hand, could see it clearly. She could vaguely sense that Su Tong was going to suffer a setback today. Meanwhile, Su Qingqiu and Shi Lung looked at the blood-devouring formation before them with anticipation in their eyes. Third Elder, I'm afraid that even you wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this formation, right? Shi Lung transmitted his voice. Su Qingqiu nodded slightly and did not deny it. In the true Void God sect, there were no more than 3 great emperors who could cultivate this formation, and Su Tong was one of them. How powerful it was! The aura of the true Void Ghost devouring array continued to rise. Su Tong's eyes revealed a faint smile. When it reached its peak, it killed Ning Qi with a single blow. This way, even you would not be able to lend a helping hand in time, and could use this as an excuse to form a grudge with Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice. Good karma, why not? This was the real reason why he had taken the initiative to ask Dou Qianfan to give him the opportunity to fight this time. Thinking of this, his expression became a little ugly. At this moment, Su Tong suddenly realized that Ning Qi was walking towards him. He couldn't help but laugh. I set up the vacuum 10,000 ghosts devouring blood. Not only is its attack top-notch, its defense is top-notch as well. As long as I set it up, you won't be able to break it. If you escape from the burial ruins now, you might have a chance of survival. Walking to the front of the formation, Ning Qi heard this and raised his head slightly. Is that so? The 9 inner hidden gates opened. In just an instant, Ning Qi transformed into a giant ape. His mountainous fists landed abruptly on the vacuum 10,000 ghosts devouring blood. On the formation, there was a loud bang. The formation was broken. Su Tong spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of disbelief on his face. The great emperors of the true Void God sect were very surprised. They couldn't help but straighten their bodies. Then, Ning Qi's fists landed again. This time, his target was Su Tong. Bang! Su Tong, who was still in shock, was smashed into the ground by Ning Qi's fists. Ning Qi didn't stop his movements. He continued to swing his fists wildly, landing one punch after another on the ground. The area several hundred zhang around Ning Qi continued to sink, and soon, a large crater appeared in front of everyone. Ning Qi. The giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into was still swinging its fists wildly inside. It was unknown whether Su Tong was dead or alive. Young sect master. When the great emperors of the true Void God sect saw this, their eyes flashed with anxiety. They almost wanted to intervene. Vice sect master Guoyun saw this and immediately soared into the air. They are fighting fairly. If you dare intervene, you are breaking the rules. Don't blame me for being merciless. Vice sect master Yun said coldly. You! The great emperors of the true Void God sect looked anxious. None of them was a match for Vice sect master Yun. Just then, an extremely angry roar suddenly came from the bottom of the pit, and the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into seemed to be hit by a strong force. The giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into was sent flying. It's the young sect master. The people of the true Void God sect all looked happy. They could tell that the voice was from Su Tong. Su Tong flew out of the pit in a daze. He stood in midair, looking extremely disheveled. His eyes flashed with hatred as he stared at Ning Qi. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his strength. Ning Qi returned to his human form and looked at Su Tong with a smile that was not a smile. Didn't you say you wanted to spar with the same level of cultivation as me? Su Tong's complexion alternated between green and white. Finally, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "No one has ever humiliated me like this. Today I want you dead." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that there was a patch of darkness above his head. When Su Tong looked up, he saw a huge black shadow. The sole of his foot soared through the air and stomped towards him. Boom! Su Tong did not have time to react and was firmly stepped on the ground by the sole of this foot. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end, and they immediately retreated several hundred meters away. They stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The limb actually moved. And he even stepped on Su Tong. What was going on? Outside the burial site, Hong Yinshan and the others looked at each other. Didn't they say that the immortal slaughtering giant's severed limb no longer has any power? Du said with a strange expression. The true Void sect leader's face was ashen, and he looked at Du suspiciously. What are you looking at? You think I'm behind this? Do you think that's possible? Du said calmly. Hearing this, the true Void sect leader no longer looked at Du. Instead, he looked at the burial site with a serious expression. After so long, they still hadn't discovered that the immortal slaughtering giant could still be moved. This meant that in these years they really did have a lot of places that they hadn't excavated. After stepping on Su Tong's foot, the statue slowly lifted up and returned to its original position. The true Void sect emperor hurriedly pulled Su Tong out. Su Tong's eyes were tightly shut, and his head was somewhat deformed. He's still breathing, don't be so nervous. Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he said this, the true Void sect emperors glared at him angrily. Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. No waiting. =. Chapter 3969. It should be a defensive formation set up by the Xianyuan Celestial Sect. It's just that it's so broken, and I couldn't sense any power from it. Why did it suddenly attack Su Tong? Huang Shenba looked at the broken limbs of the immortal slaughtering giant with doubt in his eyes. If the immortal slaughtering giant was powerful, the sect masters of the 13 sects would have warned them. Kong Shan also found it strange. What a pity! With Su Tong's strength, he should have been able to suppress that Wu guy. Who would have thought that something like this would appear out of nowhere? Su Tong and the others should be the strongest cultivators in the burial site this time. Even he couldn't resist it and was knocked unconscious by it. If it had stepped on me, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot. Shiling's eyes flashed with unwillingness. At the same time, he felt a trace of fear towards the burial site. They had just entered and the first strange thing they encountered was already so terrifying. What kind of danger would they encounter if they went deeper? Is it your Yuxiang sect's doing? A great emperor from the God of Vacuum sect saw that Su Tong was fine and would only need a few years to recover. He turned to look at Ning Qi and the others with a trace of anger in his eyes. As soon as he said this, many great emperors looked at Ning Qi and the others with a strange look in their eyes. If what happened just now was really the Yuxiang sect's doing, wouldn't they be in danger in the burial site? He. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at Meng Long and Dou Qianfan who were staring at him. Finally, his eyes fell on the great emperor from the God of Vacuum sect. I think that Su Tong broke his promise and even the heavens couldn't stand it. That's why they used the broken limbs of the statue to punish him. Don't you think so? Everyone was speechless. But after thinking about it carefully, the broken limbs of the statue did suddenly suppress Su Tong when he was about to kill Ning Qi with all his strength. Could it be that there really was such a law in the Xianyuan Celestial Sect? What Mr. Wu said might be possible. In order to prevent the strong from bullying the weak, many sects will also set up some special formations. If a high-level cultivator attacks a low-level cultivator, he will be punished by the formation. Monk Duyu said with a smile. His words carried a lot more weight than Ning Qi's. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod. Many martial monarchs were overjoyed. Regardless of whether the words were true or not, at least after this incident, the 7th Revolution martial monarchs and 8th Revolution martial monarchs would not dare to recklessly attack ordinary martial monarchs. Otherwise, they might suffer the same fate as Su Tong. Meng Long, Dou Qianfan, it's your turn. I'll allow you to use your full strength. There's no need to suppress your cultivation like Su Tong. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I've never met a worthy opponent in the same realm. Suppressing one's cultivation is a joke. Ningqi looked at the two and smiled faintly. Invincible among those of the same level? Although some people felt that Ningqi was exaggerating, the scene of Ningqi beating up Su Tong still appeared in their minds from time to time. For a moment, they couldn't say anything to refute. Many martial monarchs were already prepared to watch a good show. Su Tong had suppressed his cultivation and wasn't Ningqi's match. He was beaten up and could only use his full strength. However, he was suppressed by the statue's broken limb and fainted. This situation was very embarrassing for Meng Long and Dou Qianfan. The two's strength was similar to Su Tong's. If they agreed to spar, their outcome was obvious. Dou Qianfan did not say anything. Meng Long also did not say anything. After a while, seeing that everyone was looking at the two of them, Dou Qianfan looked at Ningqi with a cold expression. This time we came here to search for fortuitous encounters, not to fight fiercely. There's no need for a spar. Many martial monarchs curled their lips. Dou Qianfan pretended not to see their expressions. Instead, he led the martial monarchs of Stainless Sect to study the statue's broken limb. Seeing this, Meng Long also pretended that nothing had happened. He led the martial monarchs of Devil Light Academy to study the statue's broken limb. Seeing this, everyone knew that the spar wouldn't happen. At least in the short term, Meng Long and Dou Qianfan wouldn't dare to attack Ningqi. Ningqi's eyes flashed with mockery. He continued to walk towards the depths of the burial ruins. Seeing this, Vice Sect Leader Yun hurriedly stopped him. "Elder Wu, where are you going? Continue to explore this place?" Ningqi was surprised. "This broken limb of the statue is hiding something. Don't you want to investigate it? Moreover, entering the depths of the burial ruins alone might be dangerous. Why don't you wait for us and move together?" Vice Sect Leader Yun advised. "Even experts at the level of the 13 sect leaders can't discover its secrets. I don't think we'll be able to discover anything. Why don't we go ahead and see if there are any fortuitous encounters in the depths of the burial ruins?" Ningqi smiled. Then, without waiting for Vice Sect Leader Yun's advice, he made a move and headed towards the depths of the burial ruins. Many great emperors from the other factions followed suit. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay and investigate the secret of the broken limb of the statue, but they knew that even if they discovered something, they wouldn't be able to snatch the fortuitous encounters from the 13 divine sects. Therefore, they might as well follow Ningqi and explore the depths of the burial ruins. Vice Sect Leader Yun, what is Elder Wu doing? Vice Sect Leader Shui was slightly stunned. Let him be. Perhaps, with his skills, he might really be able to find some fortuitous encounters in the burial ruins. Vice Sect Leader Yun shook his head and led the crowd closer to the broken limb of the statue to study it. As long as they could figure out the formation on the broken limb of the statue, it would be a great reward for them. Let's go too. Su Qingqiu gave Shileng a look. Shileng immediately understood, and the group of martial emperors of Beidu sect immediately chased after Ningqi. Elder Kong, the Beidu sect seems to be taking this opportunity to take revenge. Shall we go and take a look? Huang Shenba smiled. Kong Shan was stunned. He glanced at the broken limb of the statue and asked, "Are we not going to study it? The sect leader and the others are here. If they really find any fortuitous encounters, we, the demonic aspect sect, will get our share." Huang Shenba smiled faintly. Kong Shan came to a realization when he heard this. As Huang Shenba and the others left, Monk Duoyu and the other great emperors of the Mountain Sea Temple also headed towards the depths of the burial ruins. There really is another world in the burial ruins. Ningqi was deep in thought as he flew. The distance he flew was much larger than the burial ruins he saw from the outside world. It was obvious that there was a spatial formation supporting the burial ruins. The actual territory of the burial ruins must be very vast. Suddenly, Ning Qi turned around and saw Su Qingqiu, Shi Lung and the other great emperors of Beidou sect chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3970. Third Elder, he's over there. Shi Ling soon saw Ning Qi's figure and couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Su Qingqiu transmitted his voice calmly, "We will help you block his path, but only you can kill him." "I understand, I will not let you take the risk." Shi Ling nodded. Su Tong's defeat was still fresh in their minds. The great emperors of Big Dipper sect didn't dare to fight Ning Qi. No one of the same level was Ning Qi's match. Only with the Big Dipper sect's treasure, the 7-star lamp, did he have the confidence to suppress Ning Qi. The power of this chaos treasure was extremely terrifying. Shi Lung had seen an invading rank 8 great emperor with his own eyes. He died under the 7-star lamp without any resistance. If Bu Qingxiao hadn't died in Ning Qi's hands, Big Dipper sect wouldn't have asked for the 7-star lamp and even given it to Shi Lung. Such a low-level great emperor used it. "Oh no, he's escaping." Su Qingqiu's expression changed slightly. Ning Qi smiled at Su Qingqiu and the others before turning to leave. This was out of their expectations. They thought that with Ning Qi's temper, he would at least stay and fight with them. "Does he know our goal?" Shi Lung's eyes were filled with suspicion. Ning Qi wasn't even afraid of Azure Dragon and dared to fight Su Tong. There was no reason for him to be so decisive when he saw Big Dipper sect's great emperor. How could he run away? "This is our only chance to kill him. Only by killing him can we win back some face for Big Dipper sect. Everyone, chase after him." Su Qingqiu transmitted his voice. Next, many great emperors saw a group of Big Dipper sect's great emperors chasing after a person like crazy. That person was the new great emperor of Moon Elephant sect, Elder Wu, who had just beaten Su Tong up. The 13 divine sects don't seem to be united. Instead of searching for opportunities, you're here to seek revenge? Seek revenge? Of all times, you have to do it now. A great emperor from Tai Li shook his head. There used to be 1 pavilion, 4 clans, and 13 caves in Tai Li. This great emperor was one of the cave masters. Since the Tai Li great emperor, no matter what grudges they had in the past, they were now gathered together and huddled together for warmth. The affairs of the 13 divine sects have nothing to do with us. We need to think carefully about why the sect masters of the 13 divine sects are so weak. You want us to come here and bask in your glory for no reason? They definitely have their own plans, but so what? Apart from the 13 divine sects, none of the great emperors who had entered this place had entered. There were at least 80 out of 100. There were so many people from all over the Shenluo world. Even the 13 divine sects wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As long as a dozen of them die, they will be held accountable by the Supreme Saint Council. That's true. A golden light is erupting over there. Could it be that something has happened to a treasure? Go! Far away, a red sun seemed to rise from the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Every great emperor was looking at it. He immediately rushed over there. This also included Ning Qi and the people from the Beidou sect. Xian Yuanlin hasn't seen what origin looks like, and Senior Silver Dragon can't say what godhood looks like either. I hope we didn't come here for nothing. Let's go. Ning Qi quickly approached the place where the golden light was erupting. He hoped that the change this time had something to do with godhood. As long as he got the godhood, no matter what, he would go straight to the creation god realm. As for his enemies in the Shenluo world, he would deal with them one by one in the future. If there's a fortuitous encounter, we'll take it first. Otherwise, when the rest of the divine sects arrive, we won't be able to do anything. Su Qingqiu transmitted her voice. Everyone nodded. Ever since Bu Qingxiao of the Beidou sect had been killed by Ning Qi, the second echelon of experts had always been slightly weaker than the other divine sects. Just like the Demon Aspect sect, the True Void Divine sect, the Nirmala sect, the Mountain Sea Temple, and the Demonic Light Academy, the other divine sects. If the sect masters didn't show up, their strength would be 1 or even 2 times stronger than the Beidou sect. Everyone got closer and closer to the area enveloped by the golden light. Soon, when the first great emperor saw the true nature of the golden light, he was stunned. He didn't dare to take another step forward. More and more great emperors arrived. They all stood in the air and looked at the golden light in disbelief. Surprise flashed across Ningqi's eyes. Right in front of him, there was a throne that seemed to be made of gold, and a figure was sitting on the throne. It was a brawny man in golden armor. He was sizing up the crowd indifferently. The golden light that everyone saw just now was emitted from the brawny man and the throne. It was emitted from the brawny man and the throne. There was actually someone alive in the bone burial site? Everyone was shocked and didn't even dare to make a sound. They could only wait and see. They secretly guessed that if the golden-armored man was from the Xianyuan immortal sect, didn't that mean that the Xianyuan immortal sect hadn't been truly annihilated all along? The moment this thought came to mind, all the great emperors felt chills down their spines. If the Xianyuan immortal sect hadn't been annihilated, then there must be something behind it. The machine was just too scary. They still didn't know that the moment the golden-armored brawny man appeared, the entire bone burial site seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The sect masters of the 13 divine sects, who were guarding outside the bone burial site, all looked at each other in shock. What's going on? Hong Yinxiao's expression was extremely gloomy. He had prepared for many years for this bone burial site. All these years, he had been clearing the grievances in the bone burial site. He had been seriously injured and lost a few treasures. He was finally about to enjoy the fruits of the harvest, but the entire orchard had disappeared? Du was calmer than Hong Yinxiao. She scanned the area with her divine will and confirmed that the bone burial site had indeed disappeared. There was no grievance at all. It was very ordinary. She looked at the demon face sect master, who was the closest to the 7th step of cultivation. He was here. We might have been deceived. The demon face sect master said slowly after a few moments of silence. Deceived? Who deceived us? Hong Yinxiao frowned slightly. Could it be the Holy Saint Council? That was unlikely. If the Holy Saint Council really wanted this bone burial site, they only needed to say one word. Would the 13 divine sects dare to force them to stay? They could only give it up with both hands. Since it wasn't the Holy Saint Council, who else would be so generous as to steal the victory from under the 13 of them? The fruit of profit? There might still be people alive in the Xianyuan immortal sect. The great emperor who went missing might not have been killed by the grievances. He might have been killed by the one who was struggling at death's door. The demon face sect master said in a low voice. When the crowd heard this, they gasped. This guess was too scary. Living from that period until now? Even an idiot could have cultivated to an unfathomable level, right? Even if he was Noda 7th step expert, he would not be weaker than the demon face sect master. Should we report this to the Holy Saint Council? Du glanced at everyone. Let's wait and see for a while. When we were inside, he didn't dare to attack us. This means that he is still afraid of us. If we find his weakness, we might be able to find the source. The demon face sect master thought for a while and said with a solemn expression. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3971. Just as the 13 sect leaders were trying to find the burial site, Huang Shenba, Dou Qianfan, Vice Sect Leader Yun, and the others had already arrived near the golden-armored man. He had already arrived near the golden-armored man, and was looking at the golden-armored man on the golden throne with a serious expression. Everyone, this person might be a cultivator from the Xianyuan immortal sect. His body did not rot after his death, and there is still some power left. He should have some fortuitous encounters. Why don't we discuss how to distribute them? Magic Light Academy's young institute master Meng Long looked around and said loudly. If one looked closely, they would realize that Meng Long's eyes were mainly on Huang Shenba and Monk Duyu. Distribute. Monk Duyu smiled, pressed his palms together, and uttered a Buddhist proclamation. Umitba. This senior is still alive. How can we snatch the fortuitous encounter from him? Still alive? Only then did everyone realize that the bald men from the Mountain Sea Temple had solemn expressions as they stared at the golden-armored man without blinking. Thinking about how they usually practiced Buddhism and had a deeper understanding of life and death, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at the golden-armored man, only to see the golden-armored man slowly turn his neck and open his eyes. His gaze was calm. His gaze was calm as he looked at Meng Long. He was really alive. At this moment, all the great emperors present were shocked. They had lived for many years. Even the weakest great emperor in the Shenluo world was in control of a region. He was also an existence that wielded power. But now, he was faced with an unknown origin, and it was extremely likely that he had survived since the ancient times. They were afraid of experts. Their hearts began to beat like drums, and a trace of timidity rose in them. May I ask for senior's name? Huang Shenba cupped his hands and bowed. The golden-armored man ignored him and continued to look at Meng Long. The great emperors from the Magic Light Academy couldn't help but feel bitter. Meng Long shouldn't have stood out just now. Now that he was being stared at by this unknown existence, they didn't dare to imagine what would happen. They didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. Say, Senior, Junior was rude just now. I hope Senior won't take it to heart. Meng Long cupped his hands and forced a smile. Many years ago, there were also people like you who were discussing how to distribute the Xianyuan immortal sect. However, they were much stronger than you. I remember there was a Qilin, a dragon, a titan, an eagle, a phoenix, a ghost, and some others I can't remember. The golden-armored man spoke slowly. His voice was calm, without a trace of anger. It was as if he was talking to a junior in his family. However, the words he said shocked all the great emperors present. There seemed to be a terrifying meaning hidden in these words. A Qilin, a dragon, a titan, an eagle, a phoenix, and a ghost. Could these six be the Heavenly Lord? A member of the Holy Council? Ning Qi's mind raced. The Qilin must be the King Qilin, and the dragon must be the White Dragon Counselor. As for the rest, Ning Qi was not sure. The Titan race, the Monster race, and even the Ghost race were considered to be races with extremely low statuses in the God Luo world. It was understandable. If those three races also had seventh-step cultivators, how could their forces not develop? Or could it be that at the seventh step these things were no longer important? Ning Qi couldn't understand. The others couldn't figure it out either, but they were sure that the golden-armored man in front of them was indeed from the Xianyuan Immortal School. The cultivators of Xianyuan Immortal School, which was rumored to have been annihilated, actually survived. Senior, Meng Long wanted to explain. However, the golden-armored man raised his hand slightly, and a ray of golden light flashed and penetrated Meng Long's forehead. Meng Long died on the spot, and his physical body turned into powder in front of the great emperors and was blown away by the wind. It was as if Meng Long had never appeared. It was as if it had just appeared, leaving no trace behind. No one dared to make a sound. Even the group of great emperors from the Magic Light Academy could only watch Meng Long die. Su Tong, who had just woken up, saw this scene. His eyes rolled back in fright and he fainted once again. However, no one knew if he had really fainted or pretended to be dead. At this moment, no one was in the mood to think about this. Everyone was looking at the golden armored man. Sorry, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. The golden armored man glanced at his palm and smiled apologetically at everyone. No one made a sound. After a few breaths of silence, Huang Shenba slowly said, "Senior, we didn't know that there was a Xian Yuan cultivator in the burial ruins. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. We are willing to leave the burial ruins." Everyone nodded in their hearts. What was the point of looking for fortuitous encounters at this time? They thought that there was no one in the other party's family, but it turned out that they were right. Not only did the Fong family have people, but they also had such terrifying means. It would be extremely lucky if they could leave this place alive. Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Looking at the time, the calamity should be coming soon. I want to know, who are the top 100 ultimate gods in Shenluo world now? The golden armored man smiled faintly. Top 100 ultimate gods? Everyone had a strange expression. Even if they hadn't been to the creation divine domain, they knew that there were people called ultimate gods there. Experts were seventh step cultivators. Chapter 3972. You want to know what the Great Tribulation is? The muscular man in golden armor looked at Ningqi. The others nodded in their hearts. We want to know too. What great tribulation could Shenluo world face? Could it be that the members of the Holy Council couldn't handle it? If there was a great tribulation in the myriad worlds, it would only happen during the war of the myriad races. Those ordinary small worlds would have to face the so-called Great Tribulation, right? In the war of the myriad races, Shenluo world played a leading role. What great tribulation would befall Shenluo world? If it's possible. Ningqi smiled. Ha ha ha, it's about time. Even if I don't tell you, you'll find out soon enough. The entire Shenluo world, the entire myriad worlds, will be annexed by a certain world. The owner of that world was once an existence exiled by Shenluo world. The muscular man in golden armor smiled. After a pause, he continued, when the time comes, even our cultivation titles will not be preserved. You can imagine what would happen when countless small worlds are rubbed together like a piece of paper into a ball. What kind of scene would that be? As long as this happens, countless cultivators won't be able to withstand the violent shockwaves caused by the collision of the worlds and will die on the spot, not to mention those mortals who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Wherever you look, corpses will be everywhere, and blood will gather to form rivers and lakes that will flow into the universe. Someone couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He looked at the muscular man in golden armor as if he was a madman. The entire myriad worlds will be rubbed together? Even a seventh-step cultivator wouldn't be able to do that, right? Even a seventh-step cultivator wouldn't be able to rub two small worlds together, let alone the entire myriad worlds. Ningqi couldn't imagine what the muscular man in golden armor was describing. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly said, "Senior, what you mean by rubbing together? Countless worlds, including the planets in these worlds, will be merged together to form a new world?" This great tribulation obviously wasn't the one that Silver Dragon had described. It sounded terrifying, but it was still within an acceptable range. At least, Ningqi had the system. He could bring people to the courtyard in the creation divine realm at any time. He believed that with the power of the system, it would be able to withstand the shockwaves from the collision of worlds. Something like that. The golden armored man smiled faintly. At this moment, a great emperor plucked up his courage and said, "Even so, our divine Luo world's cultivators are the strongest in the myriad worlds. Some small worlds only have second-step cultivators, and even first-step cultivators are invincible." However, our holy assembly has seventh-step cultivators. Indeed, if it's just a combination of ordinary worlds, the Shenlua world is indeed very strong. However, have you forgotten what I said just now? In the world I'm talking about, what are seventh-step cultivators? All of you should know in your hearts that this world I'm talking about, you just don't want to admit it. The golden-armored man chuckled. The creation divine realm. Sacred mountain. The expressions of all the great emperors changed slightly. If the golden-armored muscular man was referring to this world, then Shenlua world might really be facing a calamity. Although emperors were unable to enter the creation divine domain, there were many sects and races in the primordial lands that controlled the path to the creation divine domain. All these years, information regarding the creation celestial domain wasn't a secret among the higher-up. It was just that the higher-ups of the divine Lua world weren't willing to admit that their world was weaker than the creation celestial domain. Hence, they rarely mention this place. Senior, even if it's the other side, they probably don't have the ability to combine all the worlds, right? They can't even enter Shenlua world. A great emperor forced a smile. If that really happened, the great emperors of Shenlua world would become very worthless. By then, all the great emperors present would be greatly affected. Also, the so-called 13 divine sects and those top forces would be affected even more. In the creation divine domain, any one of the top 100 sects would be much stronger than the divine sects. Not only did the 3 holy kingdoms of the human race have unimaginable divine kings, but there were also various ultimate gods. If those existences descended, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact on Shenlua world's #1 position in the myriad worlds. Your cultivation levels are too low. Let's not talk about this for now. This time, I cooperated with the sect masters of the 13 divine sects to let you enter this place because I want to pick out someone who can inherit my mantle. The golden-armored muscular man changed the topic. It's here. It turned out to be an inheritance. The gloominess in the hearts of the great emperors was instantly swept away. They no longer cared about the great tribulation. Instead, the inheritance mentioned by the golden-armored muscular man piqued their interest. The golden-armored muscular man was definitely a cultivator of Xianyuan immortal sect. Xianyuan immortal sect was a large sect that had a 7th-step cultivator. How could such a powerful sect's inheritance be simple? Senior, may I know your position in Xianyuan immortal sect? Huang Shenba suddenly cupped his hands and asked. In Xianyuan immortal sect, I'm just a gatekeeper. Otherwise, why would those guys miss out on me? The golden-armored muscular man smiled faintly. Everyone's expression instantly changed when they heard that. Gatekeeper? What kind of inheritance could there be? No matter how powerful the Xianyuan immortal sect's techniques were, the gatekeeper wouldn't know, right? Those who are unwilling to accept the inheritance can leave now. The golden-armored muscular man smiled faintly and gently waved his hand. A golden door appeared in front of everyone. Senior, I'd better go back the way I came. One of the great emperors smiled. It wasn't that he was unwilling to accept the inheritance. He was only a first-stage great emperor. Even the great emperors who guarded the door of Xianyuan immortal sect were much stronger than him. However, he knew that he couldn't compete with others. In addition, Su Tong had been easily killed. He felt that his life would be in danger if he stayed here. Sure. The golden-armored muscular man chuckled. Hearing that, the great emperor turned around and left. A few more great emperors left one after another. Soon, they flew back with a dazed and fearful expression. There's no way out, right? The golden-armored muscular man smiled. Senior, then this door. The great emperor glanced at the golden door with doubt in his eyes. If you give up on inheriting my mantle, you can choose to enter this door. The golden-armored muscular man smiled. The great emperor hesitated for a while before walking towards the golden door. The others wanted to follow, but when the great emperor entered the golden door, everyone saw him appear behind the door. The great emperor stared at the strong man in golden armor, dumbfounded. He didn't know what this meant, but in the next moment, he found that his flesh was covered with many blood-red lines, and blood was seeping out of them. With a swoosh, the great emperor's body suddenly turned into pieces, and he died on the spot. Everyone gasped. The golden-armored muscular man looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Who else wants to leave? Leave? Leave my ass. Whoever leaves will die." Everyone was silent. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3973. Is no one planning to leave? The burly man in golden armor crossed his legs and rested his hand on the back of the golden throne as he looked at the crowd with a faint smile. The crowd remained silent. They had witnessed the outcome of the martial monarchs who had tried to leave. No one dared to ask for trouble. "All right, you go first." The burly man in golden armor pointed at a martial monarch. The martial monarch was startled and confused. "Senior, why should I go first?" "Inherit my legacy," the burly man in golden armor said. "That's it?" The martial monarch was overjoyed. He was only a first-rank martial monarch. Even if the burly man was just a gatekeeper, he was still a ninth-rank martial monarch. It would only benefit him if he could inherit the burly man's legacy. Apart from Huang Shenba and the others, many martial monarchs who were not part of the 13 divine sects were envious. They did not expect the burly man to look for a successor in such a childish manner. Countless pairs of envious eyes watched as the martial monarch walked toward the burly man in golden armor and stopped 3 zhang away from him. "I'm going to start. Close your eyes." The burly man in golden armor smiled. The martial monarch hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes. The crowd could see a golden orb floating out from the burly man's palm and flying into the martial monarch's forehead. The next moment, the martial monarch's body emitted rays of golden light as his aura continued to rise. First-rank martial monarch. Second-rank martial monarch. Third-rank martial monarch. Fourth-rank martial monarch. The crowd was startled as their eyes reddened. They did not expect the burly man in golden armor's legacy to be so terrifying that it could directly increase a martial monarch's cultivation. It was extremely difficult for them to break through a small realm. Only geniuses like Huang Shenba could reach the 8th-rank martial monarch realm in such a short period of time. Ordinary martial monarchs would be stuck between the 1st and 3rd-rank martial monarchs for the rest of their lives. However, this unknown martial monarch had surpassed the 3rd-rank martial monarch realm and reached the 4th rank. Furthermore, his aura was still rising. He must be extremely lucky. Damn it, why didn't I get to enjoy such a good thing? Shi Lung's expression became extremely savage. His physical body had been shattered twice and his origin was damaged. He might have to stay in the first revolution of the Great Emperor realm for the rest of his life. If he could obtain this inheritance, wouldn't his cultivation increase tremendously? This way, even if he didn't have the 7-star lamp, he would still dare to seek revenge on Ningqi. He believed that the inheritance of the muscular man in golden armor must be very powerful, because even the sect leaders of the 13 deities sects couldn't make someone's cultivation soar in an instant. The martial emperor who was receiving the inheritance seemed to sense his cultivation rising rapidly, and he could not help but smile. However, in the next moment, his body turned to ashes in the golden light. The golden orb floated in the air for a few breaths' time, then flew back to the golden-armored man's hand. When the crowd saw this, it took several breaths of time for them to react. Their faces were filled with astonishment. "Looks like he can't accept my inheritance," The golden-armored man sighed softly. Seeing this, Huang Shenba could not help but speak. Senior, will those who fail to accept your succession die too? Yeah. The golden-armored man nodded with a smile. After a moment of silence, Vice Sect Leader Yun suddenly spoke. Those who don't accept the inheritance will die, and those who accept it will die too. There should only be one person who can accept Senior's inheritance. Doesn't that mean only one of us can survive? If the next one succeeds, the rest of us won't have to die. The one who spoke was Ning Qi. The golden-armored man said with a smile, You're right. As long as the next one succeeds, the rest of us will be fine, and we'll be able to obtain some of the treasures I found in the Xianyuan immortal sect. Senior, if none of us can accept your succession, a martial emperor said with a pale face. That won't happen. Back then, someone told me that today, the person who can inherit my legacy will definitely appear. That person is very intelligent, and even discovered some secrets that are related to the myriad of worlds. I believe his words. That's not possible. That person told me that today, the person who can inherit my legacy will definitely appear. The golden-armored man said with a smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. It had been countless years since the Xianyuan immortal sect was wiped out. Was there really someone who could predict the future? You don't believe me? Everything he told me has come true. I won't blame him even if he miscalculated the last time. Come, let's continue. You, come here. The golden-armored man smiled and pointed at another martial emperor. Seeing this, the great emperor swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and slowly walked up to the golden-armored brawny man. Senior, is it possible to stay alive if the inheritance fails? Impossible, the golden-armored muscular man said as he waved his hand. The golden light ball immediately entered the great emperor's body. Then, the great emperor's cultivation base skyrocketed from the 2nd revolution to the 7th revolution. He was even close to the 8th revolution of the great emperor. He was much better than the previous great emperor. If he hadn't turned into ashes, the crowd would have thought that he could accept the golden-armored man's inheritance. Not really. What a pity. The golden-armored muscular man shook his head and pointed at another great emperor. The chosen great emperor smiled bitterly. In such a situation, it was impossible for him to escape. He could only try his luck. If he succeeded, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. 10 minutes later, a dozen martial emperors died. Duo Yu suddenly put his palms together and said to the golden-armored man, Senior, you've killed too many people. Killed? My Xianyuan immortal sect had 103,506 cultivators, but I'm the only one left in one night. Little monk, who do you think has killed too many people? The golden-armored man looked at Duo Yu and smiled. But we aren't the culprit. It would be too unjust to die here. Duo Yu said. There were 13 9th Revolution martial emperors that stayed here for many years. Do you know what they were looking for? The golden-armored man said calmly. No idea. Duo Yu shook his head. What they're looking for is my inheritance. You're too young to know that there's a rule in Xianyuan celestial sect. Every generation's sect master has to be the gatekeeper of the sect, which is what I said just now, the gatekeeper. The golden-armored man said with an indifferent smile. Hearing this, the crowd felt their blood run cold. Could this gatekeeper be the sect master of the Xianyuan immortal sect? Is my inheritance not worth risking your life for? The golden-armored man said with a smile. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. == Chapter 3974. The sect master was guarding the sect. Everyone finally understood what the golden-armored man meant when he said he would guard the gate. The sect master of Xianyuan immortal sect, a 7th step cultivator. They were facing a seventh-step powerhouse from ancient times. Even Huang Shenba, Duo Yu, and the other Emperor Realm prodigies were shocked. They had cultivated for many years but had never met a seventh-step cultivator. At most, they would see an eyeball that was as bright as the sun when they were undergoing a heavenly tribulation. In Shenlua world, the only people who had seen the members of the Supreme Saint Council were probably the experts at the level of the sect masters of the 13 deities sects. If it's the inheritance of a seventh-step cultivator, it's indeed worth exchanging my life for. Duo Yu was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the muscular man in golden armor with a solemn expression. Senior, are you really the sect master of Xianyuan Immortal Sect? Then why is Xianyuan Immortal Sect still in danger after so many years? That's right. If the sect master of Xianyuan Immortal Sect wasn't dead, why would the burial site still exist? Xianyuan Immortal Sect had reopened its doors a long time ago. With a seventh-step cultivator, it would be too easy for them to rise again. If you can accept my inheritance, you will understand. It's getting late, let's continue. The muscular man in golden armor smiled faintly. You, come here. The great emperor that was pointed at paled instantly. Although the inheritance of a seventh-step cultivator was indeed coveted, failing the inheritance would result in death. This condition was too harsh. A dozen breaths later, as expected, the great emperor failed and died. Everyone watched as the revered great emperors of Shenlua world died one after another. They suddenly felt like they were on the chopping block. Ever since they became great emperors, when had they ever felt like this? But in front of the muscular man's absolute strength, even the 13 divine sects couldn't resist. Elder Kong, have you contacted the sect master? Huang Shenba asked telepathically. He wasn't the only one. The other great emperors were also trying to contact their sect masters. The muscular man might not be at his peak strength. If the 13 sect masters could come here, there should be a chance to turn things around. I can't contact him. This place is completely isolated. I suspect that what the sect master got rid of was just an illusion. The burial site has never changed. Kong Shan said with a solemn expression. This will be difficult. Huang Shenba's expression was solemn. Kong Shan's suspicions were not unreasonable. If it was true, the 13 divine sect masters were easily fooled by the golden-armored muscular man right under their noses. In the end, they even sent more than 200 great emperors here to provide inheritors for the golden-armored muscular man. Elder Wu, if I die here today, I hope that Elder Wu can take care of my disciples. Also, my ancestral home is in the extreme flame land. Cultivation there has already declined, and there are only 2 or 3 great emperors. Because of my care, my clan is quite famous in the extreme flame lands. But if I die, my enemies will definitely come looking for me. If it is convenient for Elder Wu, could you do me a favor? Bloodless Blade suddenly transmitted to Ning Qi. Ning Qi was slightly startled as he looked at Bloodless Blade. I can tell that the order he chooses is based on the level of cultivation. I reckon it won't be long before my turn. Bloodless Blade revealed a bitter smile. You, come here. Another great emperor died. The golden-armored muscular man shook his head and pointed in the direction of the Moon Elephant sect. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Bloodless Blade. He was right. Yes, Senior. Bloodless Blade nodded with a heavy heart. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't answer him, he felt a little disappointed. Just as he was about to walk over to the golden-armored muscular man, someone grabbed his arm. Elder Wu, what are you doing? Bloodless Blade looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Elder Wu, let go of me. This person is moody. Be careful not to harm your life because of this. Vice Sect Master Yun immediately transmitted a message to remind him. A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Why can't it be him? Shiling shook his head in disappointment. Protect your clan and take care of your disciples. Let me take care of this seventh-step cultivator's inheritance first. Ning Qi smiled at Bloodless Blade and stepped into the air, landing in front of the golden-armored muscular man. Seeing this, everyone's expression became a little strange. Bloodless Blade's lips trembled as he stared at Ning Qi's back. He was somewhat speechless. I didn't expect this kid to be so loyal. Dou Qianfan looked at Ning Qi with a flash of regret in his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed Su Tong and the others to become enemies with Ning Qi. Fortunately, the enmity between the two hadn't reached a very deep point and could still be resolved. However, in his eyes, Ning Qi was already a dead man. Even if the enmity was resolved, it would be meaningless. What a pity! Dou Qianfan shook his head inwardly. This guy. Vice Sect Master Yun frowned deeply and glanced at Bloodless Blade. As far as he knew, Bloodless Blade and Ning Qi's friendship wasn't very deep. It was just a friendship between gentlemen. It's better to die early than late. Elder Wu, you see this point better than us. Vice Sect Master Shui couldn't help but sigh. There's no need for me to take action. Seeing you die in front of me is also a relief to my resentment. Shileng looked at Ning Qi with a strange smile. I'm talking about him, not you. The golden-armored man looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Ning Qi took out a ring from his spatial bag and wore it on his hand. He smiled at the golden-armored man and said, Senior, you don't know who can accept your inheritance anyway. It doesn't matter who comes first. The golden-armored man's gaze fell on the ring in Ning Qi's hand. His expression suddenly changed, but he quickly concealed his emotions and said to Ning Qi indifferently, The ring in your hand is a little special. Where did you get it? A little brother gave it to me. Ning Qi smiled. He had already caught the change in the golden-armored man's expression. He was sure that even if the golden-armored man wasn't Xianyuan Lin's father, he was definitely a cultivator of the Xianyuan immortal sect. How is the little brother who gave you the ring? The golden-armored man asked in a deep voice. He's in a very safe place. Even if he faces the great calamity that you mentioned, his life shouldn't be in danger. Ning Qi smiled. The golden-armored man fell silent. After a while, he looked at Ning Qi and said, If you can't accept my inheritance, I'll try my best to protect your life. The two communicated through telepathy. Therefore, the crowd only saw Ning Qi and the golden-armored man silently looking at each other. They didn't know that the two had already communicated privately. Senior, please. Ning Qi's expression gradually became solemn. He hoped that the golden-armored man's inheritance was the godhead that the silver dragon mentioned. Otherwise, if the mission failed and the godhead was obtained by others in the future, the myriad worlds would really face a great calamity. The golden light ball flew up from the golden-armored brawny man's palm and entered Ning Qi's glabella. In the next moment, Ning Qi's aura started to increase rapidly, just like the other great emperors. Chapter 3975. Everyone stared at Ning Qi with different expressions on their faces. Die. Hurry up and die. Shileng wore an expectant look. He wanted to see if Ning Qi would still be as arrogant as before he died. Elder Wu, you can't let anything happen to you. Bloodless Blade clenched his fists nervously. Ning Qi was already at the peak of the 6th Order Martial Monarch realm, and he was only a step away from the 7th Order Martial Monarch realm. After receiving the inheritance from the Golden Sphere, his aura had easily broken through to the 7th Order Martial Monarch realm, then the 8th Order Martial Monarch realm. His aura soon surpassed everyone present. Even Emperor Shenba and Monk Duoyu were no match for Ning Qi. He's about to reach the 9th Order Martial Monarch realm. Can he really succeed in inheriting the inheritance? Who wouldn't want the inheritance of a 7th Order Martial Monarch realm cultivator? Everyone's eyes were filled with jealousy when they saw that Ning Qi did not die as they had expected. They wished that they were the ones who were receiving the inheritance. Huh! The golden-armored man's eyes flickered with astonishment when he saw Ning Qi's current state. Could he really be the one who was destined to inherit his legacy? Ning Qi had completely lost his senses of the outside world. He had returned to the boundless universe. The star giant, which was made of bright stars, slowly turned its head and looked at him. At the same time, he extended his right hand, as if gesturing for Ning Qi to come to his palm. Strange, is the inheritance of the Xianyuan immortal sect related to the star giant? Ning Qi's eyes flickered with astonishment. However, he did not think too much about it and flew straight toward the star giant. It was his trump card, and it would not harm him. The closer he got to the star giant, the stronger the power of the stars that surged from the void washed over Ning Qi's body. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, apart from the golden glow emitting from Ning Qi's body, there was also a thin layer of mist-like silver glow that merged with the golden glow. What's going on? Huang Shenba and the others were puzzled. All the previous martial monarchs had died because they failed to inherit the inheritance, but not only had Ning Qi persisted, he had lasted longer than any of the previous martial monarchs, and there was another phenomenon on his body. Was Elder Wu the reincarnation of a seventh-order martial monarch realm cultivator in his previous life? Bloodless Blade muttered to himself. Vice Sect Master Yun and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. They recalled that Ning Qi possessed the Qilin spirit beast, had a feud with the Azure Dragon, and that the Azure Dragon had been scared away by Ning Qi's words. All of this seemed to fit Bloodless Blade's description. If he's really a seventh-step cultivator, then it's normal for him to inherit the inheritance of the Xianyuan celestial sect. Vice Sect Master Yun looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Impossible! How could this be? Xiling stared at Ning Qi as he muttered to himself. Ning Qi's cultivation had risen to the 9th cycle of the martial monarch realm. The terrifying aura was the same as when he faced his sect leader, Hong Yinshao. Out of all the great emperors who had died, none of them had been able to accept this. At this moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart and more than 10 suns appeared. The scorching light nearly blinded everyone. Everyone couldn't look straight at it. They were all shocked, thinking that some sort of change had occurred in the bone burial site. But after several breaths of time, the sunlight dimmed and everyone discovered that what appeared wasn't a sun, but eyeballs. These eyeballs scanned the crowd continuously. The representatives of the Supreme Saint Council, the great emperors, were overjoyed. Compared to the golden-armored brawny man who killed people easily, they felt closer to the representatives. Su Qingqiu of the Big Dipper sect, greet the representatives. Su Qingqiu immediately stepped forward and bowed to the sky. The next moment, he pointed at the golden-armored brawny man. Representatives, this person is the sect leader of the Xianyuan celestial sect. He killed more than 10 great emperors of the Shunluo world. Please send down the lightning tribulation to punish him. After several breaths of time, Su Qingqiu didn't receive any response and felt a little strange. But when he saw the faint smile on the golden-armored brawny man's face, his heart skipped a beat. Elder Su, the representatives don't seem to be able to see us? Xiling sent a voice transmission and his voice was trembling. Tell me. I found them. Su Qingqiu's expression turned extremely ugly. The dozens of eyeballs scanned the crowd continuously but didn't look at anyone. This meant that the eyeballs didn't see anything at all. I already guessed that I would be discovered once I appeared. So, I set up an array here. They will have to wait at least 10 days to half a month to find you. The golden-armored brawny man smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of eyeballs disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Even the representatives couldn't see through him. How powerful was he? Senior, Su Qingqiu knelt on the ground decisively. You don't need to say anything. Leave your last words and I will send you to reincarnation. The golden-armored brawny man smiled. Su Qingqiu's expression instantly froze. He muttered to himself, if I am the one who can inherit Senior's legacy, doesn't that mean, with your character, if you are really the one who can inherit my legacy, I would rather no one inherit it than give it to you. The golden-armored brawny man laughed. There are so many people but no one dared to act rashly. Even if you inherit my legacy, do you think you can live to the end with such a brain? You'll probably be beaten to death the moment you step out. Su Qingqiu's face alternated between green and white. His blood surged, and he almost vomited blood when he saw everyone looking at him with pity and mockery. Since you have no last words, go to hell. The golden-armored brawny man laughed loudly and slapped out with his palm. Su Qingqiu couldn't resist at all, and his entire body dissipated into nothingness like sand blown away by the wind. Shi Lung and the other Big Dipper sect cultivators were furious but didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads and didn't even have the guts to look at the golden-armored brawny man. I hope you can hurry up. The golden-armored brawny man looked at Ning Qi with an undetectable hint of worry in his eyes. There were already seventh-step cultivators who had noticed this. If Ning Qi didn't accept the legacy before they found them, the consequences would be unimaginable. His legacy might be stolen by the other party. This was something the golden-armored brawny man would never allow. The destruction of the Xianyuan Immortal School had a lot to do with this legacy. He faked his own death and endured for countless years. He definitely couldn't lose at the last moment. In the cosmic void, Ning Qi had already arrived at the palm of the star giant. Below him was a palm formed by countless stars. At such a close distance, it was impossible to see its original appearance. This was the first time Ning Qi was so close to the star giant. He could also feel his body growing rapidly. The star giant lowered its head and looked at Ning Qi. The next moment, a golden ball of light floated out of Ning Qi's body and flew to the center of the star giant's eyebrows, slowly merging with it. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. Smiley face. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.